This is gonna be terrible. I can already feel it. Oh, that wrong Limbus radio. I was gonna get that. Wait, I know the perfect song. I know the perfect song for this. I'm gonna need a drink for this one. Yep. Okay. I'm here because Borger. You're gonna hear some dog shit takes from me. I promise you. Alright. Here we are. There's no escaping it. Oh, we haven't even established what we're going to be ranking. We got like 78 fast food places here. To be straight up, I'm pretty sure this tier list was made by a person living in Texas. I didn't make this. Because I'm lazy. And that's very American. And considering what we're ranking today, I feel that's in the spirit. However, I think ranking 78 things is enough. Especially because a lot of these are American exclusive, and some of these get a little too regional. I have to be quite invested in this topic. You only have like 3 of those here? Yeah, that's what I'm saying! Like... If you're not American, you're not going to know what most of these are. If you're not from Texas, or actually, if you're not from Texas or east of Texas, you're not going to know what a lot of these are. And some of you will go, hey, this place isn't a fast food place. Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. So let's actually write down the topics. We have IDK at the bottom for things that I have never tried before. And I'm a little concerned that there's not going to be that many of those in this category. In hindsight, I'm feeling, oh no, what have I done? So at the top, we're going to have goated. That's how you spell goated. The number of brands on here I'm not familiar with, I can count on one hand, and I live several states to the east. Did I misphrase that? I'm saying, like, if you're from Texas or anywhere east of Texas, you're going to know what most of these are. I love that your stream alert ping always says Wild's about to get his ass handed to him, and today it's just a fast food tier list. They're going to beat my ass in the QRTs. Why did it place it like that? What the fuck? Why is the label like that? Alright, I'll call this I'd rather eat something else. I'm grateful someone else brought me here. And then hits the spot. We'll call these tiers that. Yeah? Okay? This shit like Applebee's and Chili's really count as fast food. They're microwave diners. And for that reason, I'll say, yeah. Like, not really, but yeah, they kind of do. Alright. So, right off the bat, Applebee's. I'm grateful someone else brought me here. The thing about Applebee's... so... S tier place to drink? Well, here's something you guys gotta know about me. I can't drink alcohol. It'll kill me. But it is a good vibe. Applebee's is almost always open, like, all hours of the day. I would not come here by myself. But if I'm in company... Thanks for resubbing, Mike. Everything will kill you in enough quantities. Look at the tier list we're making! Come on! We have to be relative here. Applebee's used to be my go-to for end-of-year meetups with my friends until they fucking closed down and the brand left Brazil. Miss them so much. I will say, Applebee's is probably the best of this particular variety of place. Which you'll see when we get to Chili's. Applebee's is a wonderful place to go when you're going in a group. It's late at night, you guys want some casual dining, but you actually want to, like, go into a place to eat. Their burgers aren't the best. We call these places microwave diners, although I think Applebee's is kind of better about it than other places. Chili's. The only memory of Applebee's I can remember is going there for a birthday dinner with mom once and then drinking way too much raspberry lemonade. As a lemonade addict, I can sympathize. But Applebee's lacks a certain intrinsic quality that makes it so that it's only, I'm glad someone else brought me here and not goated or hits the spot. And that's, I don't really care about the food. The food is alright. Like, I would actually put it lower if it weren't for the fact that as a dining experience with friends, Applebee's tends to be pretty good. For the most part, the restaurants themselves are clean enough. I've never had a good experience with their restrooms, though. But the food is very... How many of these places do you actually go for the food, let's be honest? Look at the rest of this tier list and tell me that you're not coming here for food. Oh, I sorry, but for my told you ordered mac and cheese at Applebee's and got noodles with a cheese slice on it. That's kind of fucking hilarious, actually. Also, my perspective on this is a bit skewed because Applebee's down here wasn't fast food, it was fancy, expensive shit. Ah, the Olive Garden effect. I meant to the Applebee's chili salad restaurant, and you know it. I would say Olive Garden. But let's move on by contrast. Arby's. I have mixed feelings about Arby's, and they're not all positive. I think I'll put it in I'd rather eat something else. Because I have had positive eating experiences at Arby's, but generally I just hate eating their fucking sandwiches. What I usually stick to is eating some combination of their chicken sandwiches. Their burgers suck most of the time, but their fries are good. Steak nuggets, dog shit. Dog shit. We had an Arby's in our hometown. And our hometown, the people there are obsessed with, like, whenever a place closes down, they're like, oh, we finally have space for a Trader Joe's. We can be a fancy city. We can have a Trader Joe's. When this Arby's closed, it got replaced with a Dunkin' Donuts. I can't say that my experience with Arby's has been universally bad, but it's... Their ham is gross. Their deli meats are gross. I have tried to give their menu a chance, but broadly speaking, I don't fucking like it. Their snacks are okay. But their main, like, entrees, ugh. And I feel like that's pretty much all I can say about Arby's. Like, every time they try something new, it tends to suck. That's what it is. Oh, neat. Also, McDonald's and Red, even their own CEO can't eat their food. Hi, senpai. Alright, next. Bojangles. Famous chicken and biscuits. This brand doesn't exist west of Texas, I think. It might exist in, like, Arizona. But generally speaking, it's not a West Coast thing. I have had Bojangles before, though. About twice, I think. And I know people love their chicken and biscuits. They have desserts. They have, like, I believe it's peach cobbler. They are firmly alright. They're alright. I've only ever had their chicken and their biscuits, and I'm like, I don't feel strongly one way or the other about it. Their chicken isn't terrible, but isn't, like, amazing. And to be honest, I'm not really a fan of biscuits in general. Like, as a food, biscuits, I'll take them, but I'd rather have, like, toast, pancakes, waffles, stuff like that. Especially if I'm eating them, like, in a breakfast context. Oh yeah, they're hash browns. I don't think that pushes it over the edge for me, though. I do like hash browns. They tend to be rather tasty. But yeah, Bojangles haven't been too often. Kind of a neutral opinion of it. They haven't done anything to offend me, but, like, I wouldn't go out of my way to go to another one, you know? Alright. Boston Market. Oh, man. I think I'll put it at I'd rather eat something else. We had one of those in our hometown as well. They closed down as well, and I don't think anything's replaced it yet. Is Jollibee in here? Huh. It's not. That's another point in, I know someone from Texas made this tier list, because all the fucking Jollibees in Texas are, like, scattered and disparate. And this tier list was made 2 years ago. However, if Jollibee was in this list, I would put it in GOATed. I have nothing bad to say about Jollibee. Jollibee knows exactly what it's trying to make. It knows it's Filipino chicken. It knows that it serves Filipino sides. Their rice tastes like rice. Their Jolly Spaghetti is the only kind of spaghetti served. The only kind of spaghetti like that that's served in any restaurant that I know of. That's a fast food chain, at least. And Jollibee's nice, but it's way too expensive, at least in the Bay, so that's locale. Yeah, it's not a place you can really get food for yourself anymore. You would have to get it in, like, one of those value family packs, right? But anyway, that's a tangent out of the way for Jollibee. Back to Boston Market. Not good, right? It's not the absolute worst I've ever had, but it's not good. My brother and I used to go to Boston Market a lot because for some reason my mom insisted that Boston Market was healthier than Subway, which... I don't think that's true. I definitely don't think that's true. Like, I guess it could be? Not when we were ordering from there, though. We would get, chicken sandwiches with a side of loaded mashed potatoes, I believe. And the thing about Boston Market is that I think we were ordering Boston Market towards the end of its, lifespan. At least you were contributing to Jared Fogel's defense fund. We'll get to that. Anyway, Boston Market, like, when we first started eating at that Boston Market, it was a lot better. As time went on, it got noticeably worse. So perhaps my experience is skewed because of that. But based on our experiences ordering the chicken from there, which is like their main thing, as far as sandwiches go, you could do better. I mean, you could obviously do worse, but I'd rather eat something else, and that's why it's in this that tier. Brahms, I don't know. When I was living in Texas, there was a Brahms in the area, but we never went. So, I didn't like it. I would have liked to have tried it, though. They do burgers and ice cream. And they have a huge, huge drive-thru. I don't know why it's like that. And now, Buffalo Wild Wings. Are you guys gonna hate me for this? Yes, Buffalo Wild Wings because Hooters closed. So, quick anecdote about Hooters because I've only ever been to a Hooters once, and you will never guess who took me there. Chat, I want you to guess who would take me to a Hooters. That's so fun. Kid, I told you this story before. I know you give me that excuse of I forgore, because you tell me stories all the time. Yes! My mom took me to Hooters. The one time I've been to Hooters was because my mom decided to bring me there. And it was so awkward! I was still in high school! And from Hooters, I had the Daytona wings, which, to my recollection, were not exactly very good. And it was very uncomfortable because my mom was, like, on the phone distracted. Like, I guess she was pretending that, like, I wasn't, like, squirming in my seat because I was surrounded by scantily clad women and just trying to order wings. You've been to the Hooters knockoff called Twin Peaks. There's a lot of those in Texas. But, sorry, we're veering off track. Buffalo Wild Wings. I like their wings. Except for their garlic parmesan. My brother's favorite flavor of wings was garlic parmesan. And sometimes you would get it from here, and I didn't like that because Buffalo Wild Wings garlic parmesan is a sauce. And that's fucking gross. Because I don't think of a sauce when I think, oh, garlic seasoning, Parmesan cheese. Not a sauce with like the consistency of ranch. What the fuck? Buffalo Wild Wings is a very good hangout spot and their happy hour is solid. I agree. I am annoyed that their Tuesday special is only 9 in now. It used to not be. When I was in high school and college, I would sometimes pass by the Buffalo Wild Wings on my way home because it was literally on the way home. And if it was Tuesday, or Thursday even, I'd go in, have myself a few wings and like sit down and relax as it would be a long walk home. But I would make sure not to order anything but their wings. I'll say this, their fries fucking suck. Their fries are the worst. What do you call that variety of fried julienne? More or less julienne cut fries. When I say julienne, think of like McDonald's fries. Okay? They're very unseasoned. Like, you can ask for seasoning on them, but by default, they're like that. And they're very bland. And kind of mushy. But when I think of those fries, I think these fries are probably intended to be eaten with, like, a dip. Some places make fries with the intention of, like, oh, you could just eat these fries as is, and you'll be good. Buffalo Wild Wings, I feel, makes their fries with the explicit intention of, oh, this person's gonna dip their fries in whatever sauce we gave them. On their own, they suck. And their burgers, Ugh. It's too much bread to meat ratio. Well, I never drank at Buffalo Wild Wings. My brother and his friends that would take me there, they have, and to my recollection, they didn't have a bad time with the drinks there, as long as they had it at happy hour. So I think that gives it a plus. But if I'm going by myself, obviously I'm not going to be drinking. I think their appetizers are kind of worthless. They do have good cheese curds. No, they don't. Their cheese curds are kind of sad. I like the taste, but they're kind of sad to look at, and sometimes they're sad to chew on. The onion rings, like, their wings carry them, and the dining experience carries them, which is a lot to say. And for the fuck ton of sauces that they have, I only tend to order like 2-3 tops. And that tends to be wild or blazing, depending on how I'm feeling. They changed the flavor of the blazing at one point, and that's when I was like, I don't really feel like trying this anymore. The blazing used to be like a more intense wild sauce that had like a deeper hue of red. But they changed it at one point, and now it has like this weird dark brown with like a hint of red. It's more barbecue sauce like now, and I don't like that. They made it worse. Brown sugar? Maybe. Like, it kind of looks like barbecue sauce, but it's very spicy. And not in a way that kind of has like a good flavor. It's just spicy. I wouldn't go out of my way to get that anymore. Their wild sauce is still fine though, so like, you know, take it or leave it. Burger King. I don't like Burger King, chat. I think I'll put it in I'd rather eat something else. It's not truly abysmal dog shit. But it's bad. Burger King is simultaneously better and worse than what people say. I agree. And they're very inconsistent by location. The original chicken sandwich, ironically, is what we used to order the most. My most memorable experience with the original chicken sandwich my brother, a few of his friends, and I, we ordered like 2 original chicken sandwiches each, and one of his friends had brought a hot sauce from when he was visiting family in Texas, and I believe it was called Insanity Hot Sauce. And we put just a dab of it in the chicken sandwich, and we spread it, and we ate it. And then we promptly regretted it. Because that sauce is a sauce that is simultaneously spicy, lacking in flavor, and persistent in its presence. But that has nothing to do with the taste of the original chicken sandwich. The original chicken sandwich is what I would describe as the most tolerable thing on Burger King's menu. If you order a Whopper at Burger King, it will either taste like shit or okay. You are gambling when you order a Whopper at a Burger King. Their fries, terrible. I don't like them. Very mushy, dry. I don't know how it's dry and mushy at the same time. Because mushy is usually because there's too much like liquid in it and then it just gets all right. But it's like, it's what I imagine eating sand would taste like. No, it would be like eating mud, but dry mud. It's weird. It's weird. I hate their fries. They suck. They're chicken fries. They're chicken fingers. I don't mind those. Chicken nuggets, not great. Basically, I think any of their, like, burgers, not even just the Whoppers, those are a gamble. I've had their desserts a few times. And I guess since you can technically dine in at a Burger King, I'd be like, no, I'm not going to rate these, the actual fast food places based on their dining experiences, because who the fuck is going to stay in a Burger King? That's weird. I wish BK very bring over the teriyaki menu from Japan. That's the thing about a lot of these fast food places. They're so much better outside of America for some reason. But yeah, Burger King, I only tend to order their original chicken sandwich. Their royal chicken sandwiches are a thing, but like I feel like once you get past a certain density of chicken meat in Burger King, it crosses a threshold into not tasting that great. Anyway, kava. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a kava in real life. Carl's Jr. My opinion on Carl's Jr. has probably undergone the most character growth in my life than any other place. Because my very first experience with Carl's Jr. was when I was 8 years old, and our elementary school had a program where they would reward their students for reading and logging the amount of time that they'd read. And past a certain threshold of time spent reading, they'd be given it like a coupon certificate. Reading Carl's Jr. And this was around the time the teriyaki pineapple burger, it was like a Hawaiian burger basically, was being advertised. And I was like, oh, that looks really good. I had never eaten a pineapple before. And so we went. I ordered the pineapple burger. And now, in hindsight, I remember that my brother had suggested, maybe you should have ordered something else. I don't like pineapple. And so my initial impression of Carl's Jr. was that it was dog shit, and I didn't eat it for 10 years. However, 10 years later, I decided, what if I gave Carl's Jr. another chance and ordered something else? And then I had their chicken sandwich, then I had their Western bacon burger. Carl's Jr. has 2 cheeseburgers for $3.50, which is the best meal fast food for my money. And like I said, my opinion of Carl's Jr. has undergone character growth. And they are our first goated fast food place on this list. Their waffle fries are fucking amazing. Their chicken stars aren't the best type of chicken nugget out there, but they're quite good as well. Their burgers, on the whole, when you're not ordering something you explicitly don't like, pretty fucking good. The waffle fries are also a recent thing at Carl's Jr. How big a difference is Carl's Jr. versus Hardee's? I've never been to a Hardee's. I've been to Carl's Jr.'s, but I've never been to their Hardee's locations. I will say waffle fries are some of the best types of fries out there. I've only had Carl's Jr. once on a road trip, didn't agree with you. Understandable. It takes a bit to get used to. The waffle fries are at yours for over 20 years? Goddamn. Okay. Whew. Yeah, I will say, Carl's Jr., I have no issue with them. Their chicken tendies are pretty damn good, actually. They're very generous with their portions, so even if they are like a little bit on the pricier side sometimes with like their high-end stuff, it's still pretty good for what you're ordering. But their cheap stuff is very affordable, very filling. I really like the Diablo burger. Holy shit. that shit activates all my fucking neurons. Pepper jack cheese, fucking jalapenos built into the damn burger. Oh! Their sauces are really good too. Their jalapeno poppers, very good. Just their jalapenos in general. They're not sad jalapenos. I know it's very difficult to fuck up jalapenos because they're just fucking jalapenos. But some places fuck them up. Alright, I've said my piece about Carl's Jr. Next, Checkers. Or as we call them here in the West Coast, Rallies. Goated! Goated! I will never hate you, my beloved Rallies! So here's a rare thing, chat. Rallies and Checkers is the only fast food place that has two different brands that I've had both. And they're exactly the same. The only difference is the name. I have had Rallies in California, and I've had Checkers in Maryland. Same fucking thing, but it's awesome. So here's the thing. They don't have high quality food. We're gonna get that out of the way. I'm not gonna even fucking pretend that their food is like high quality or even all that well like maintained or something. But it's not just hits the spot, it's everything on their menu. Regardless of how like subpar ingredient quality they might be, they have that same quality of like just making you feel really good inside when you eat them. For the longest time, Checkers and Rallies had my favorite fries. Those fries, heavenly. Right level of thickness, and they're seasoned. There's no bullshit about those fries. Very straightforward. Always feels good when you eat them. Popcorn chicken, pretty great. A little on their dry side, wonderful though. Hot dogs, I actually kind of like them. Their wings, not the greatest. I wouldn't get them all the time. But when you're in a mood for wings and you don't really feel like going anywhere else and you're already at a Checkers or a Rallies and you want to get some, like, go ahead. They're pretty okay, right? Their burgers. Oh! God bless Rally's Burgers. Holy shit. Greasy, disgusting, wonderful. And this isn't nostalgia talking, because I've been there recently. I know that shit is good. Chicken sandwiches? Alright. The lettuce is a little superfluous, but it's there. It's wonderful. It tastes good. The way I would describe Rally's is like, it's trash, but it's my trash. But yeah, I think I've exhausted everything I have to say about Rallies and Checkers. I had the mozzarella sticks once, and I was like, okay, it's fine. I'm missing something from their menu. Nothing coming on. Next, Chick-fil-A. Oh, ices are ices. Ices are fine. I didn't go out of my way to get those. Chick-fil-A. Yeah. Actually, I'll put them in hits this spot. So, let's get one thing out of the way, chat. A lot of fast food places probably engage in unethical practices, but probably none so more than Chick-fil-A. Although, perhaps saying engaging in unethical practices is a misnomer, because I think we should place most of that on the shoulders of the owners. Let's be clear about one thing, chat. Chick-fil-A, ownership, I don't agree with their views. I appreciate the practice of giving their employees Sundays off out of recognizing the Sabbath, but engaging in that kind of recreational hunting, as well as their opinions of LGBT people, can't agree with that. Unfortunately, however, their food is good. Unfortunately, their food is pretty good. Not the greatest. I'm not clamoring to go to Chick-fil-A every fucking day. But their ingredients are high quality, and because their menu is relatively limited, they maintain a consistent level of quality. Their waffle fries, pretty good too. Their sauces, not pretty good, but good. I kind of shrug and go, no ethical conception of capitalism if I do go, though. So, one thing I noticed is that there was a Chick-fil-A in my hometown when I was growing up, and it was on my way home, and it was next to, not the high school I went to, but the one on the way. Long story. But for the purpose of this story, one thing I recognize is that most people were quite aware, even back then, of Chick-fil-A's opinion of gay people. But a curious observation that I would notice is that the majority of our percussion section and band, whom I understood to be very gay and or queer, would go to that fucking Chick-fil-A almost every day after we finished our after-school activities. And I'm like, what's up with that? The best thing about them is that they are consistent about getting your food out fast. Their drive-thru is revolutionary. I agree, I think. Part of it has to do with pickles for me. I am fine with getting rid of pickles, and you know what? I will say, Chick-fil-A has been one of the few places where I was okay with eating their pickles. What's up with that? I don't know. But yeah, their lemonade, very good. They actually have a diet lemonade, and I appreciate that accommodation. As someone LGBTQ, you just gotta accept that the guys up top don't like you, but goddamn, their food is good. Do you have to accept it? Like, you could go somewhere else. That's strange to me. Well, the brine they use is usually pickle. I don't mind. Which is why I put them as high as they are. But anyway, I think that's pretty much all I have to acknowledge. They use pepper jack cheese, which I like. They have jalapenos, which I like. Their spreads tend to be pretty good. Unlike some places, they're quite generous with their condiments and salt and pepper. So I appreciate the courtesy in that regard, but I think that's it. They don't serve anything else, so it's like, they have a good chicken sandwich. They have good chicken nuggets. Their chicken is good. Their place is called Chick-fil-A. And on the subject of chickens, Chicken Express is not a thing that exists in California, but exists in fucking spades in Texas. That being said, I've been there a couple of times. Chicken Express is one of those things where, like, you're in a hurry, you want chicken, you don't feel like going to McDonald's, or maybe you feel like sitting in it like some kind of shack. Chicken Express is one of the things that made me go, this person who made this deal probably lives in Texas. Oh, I'm wrong! Apparently they do have locations in California! In fucking Vallejo! But that's like a fucking unicorn. You go to McDonald's for chicken? You can't tell me you've never had chicken nuggets from McDonald's. Shut up. Oh my god, that explains it. There are 3 locations of Chicken Express in California, and they're all in, like, Northern California. Around, like, yeah, Vallejo and, like, northeast of that. They're in the Sacramento area. God damn, who fucking goes there? Anyway, Chicken Express locations, they're all over Texas. They're just, you have to take my word for it. There's a shit ton of them in Texas. But basically, they serve what you might imagine from like a Popeyes. They got chicken sandwiches, they got chicken fingers, they got chicken bites, not nuggets. They're one of those places that does like heavy breading. Very, very fried chicken. Their fries are... Nah. I don't care for their fries. They're those thicker fries. They're very, like, they're a novelty. You would go to the Chicken Express just because you've never seen one before. They have biscuits. They have huge cups. They're styrofoam. And they have their own brand of tea. But it's like, what chicken place in the South doesn't have tea, right? Their mashed potatoes are kind of underwhelming. They have corn on the cob. Gotta ask, have you been to Slim Chickens? Yes, we'll get to it. But yeah, Chicken Express, it's like, it's alright. It's not bad enough for me to say I'd rather eat something else. But I'm gonna want to have my own sauces at home if I'm gonna eat it. Is it on the list? Am I blind? Oh, it's not on the list. That's weird. Okay. Can I upload something? Yeah, screw it. Let me get the Jollibee logo. Let me get the Jollibee logo, let me get Slim Chickens. I'll add that. Oh my god, you guys suck at logos. Okay, there we go. I can't believe I'm adding to the fast food tier list as active. Hold on, what? There at the bottom. Did I accidentally shuffle the tier list around? I probably did. Oh, let me cover this up. Okay, there they are. Jollibee, we already talked about it. Goated. Up next. Chili's. I don't like Chili's, chat. They're like evil Applebee's. They have some pretty fucking bad steak. Their burgers suck. When I say microwave diner, I think of, like, Chili's. Applebee's is technically guilty of this too, but, like, Chili's is bad. Is it bad enough for me to put them in desperate? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I would not want to go to a Chili's. If someone comes up to me and say, hey, do you want to go to Chili's? I'm going to say, can we go to Applebee's instead? I feel like overall, Chili's can be okay at best, but like, I don't want to waste money trying to find out, you know? If I'm going to go to one of these dine-in places, I'm going to go to Applebee's. That's my final opinion of Chili's as a location. I can't really add anything more to that. The next, I don't know what this place is. I legit don't know what that is. Chipotle. Chipotle. So let me tell you about the places that I've lived, chat. I have lived in the states of California, Nevada, and Texas. Now, one thing about these states is that they all have a very high Mexican population. And as a result, a lot of Mexican cuisine. Chipotle is like if a Taco Bell and a Subway had sex and they like left the baby up for adoption. Which is to say, I'd rather eat something else. I can't deny that I have eaten there before, and I can't deny that I have had positive experiences, but I am not inclined to go there again. I also have a largely negatively painted opinion of them from the onset, because I associate going to Chipotle with going with one of my exes, and but this is about their food. This is not about my ex. Their food, okay, whatever. But it feels like every time I go to a Chipotle, I hear about something new and fucked up about their locations. Whether it's them having an issue with their portions, whether it's some kind of foodborne illness, and their food just generally is like, next tier list, X's tier list. That'd be a coin toss immediately. But like, it just Chipotle. Their sauce is okay. Their red sauce is okay. Their chips don't taste like anything. I appreciate their accommodation for rice, but their rice doesn't taste like anything. Which, you know, by default, rice doesn't really have that much of a taste. But it's a Mexican place! Do you know what Mexicans do to rice? They season the rice! They sauce up the rice! You know? Then their meat choices are like, It bums me out that all the Mexican places near me have gone to shit. Like, final verdict on Chipotle. If you live in California, Nevada, Texas, or any place with a sizable Mexican population, newsflash, America, you have better options. I promise you have better options like down the fucking street. Last time right there, I had a massive piece of gristle that took up half my burrito. Unfortunately, that does just happen no matter what place you go to sometimes. But any excuse to slander Chipotle, I'll take it. Even if I am somewhat curious at the lemonade that can kill you. Oh! Show, that's not Chipotle. We'll get to that. Church's chicken! I am grateful that someone else brought me here. I don't hate Church's chicken. It's better than Chicken Express. It's better than Bojangles, I think. They don't have the desserts. Their chicken is okay. It's pretty good, and it's an enjoyable experience with a group of people. Eating it by yourself, kind of sad. There are plenty of Church's Chicken locations across the states as far as I'm aware. And while I wouldn't go out of my way to eat at one of these all the time, if I was invited, yeah, I wouldn't mind. They tend to be on the cheaper side from what I remember. They're pretty alright. I like their dipping sauces. Their chicken fingers are nice. Their breading can be hit or miss, excuse me. They have crinkle cut fries from what I remember. Their mashed potatoes suck, I think. I don't care for coleslaw. Their mac and cheese, from what I remember, was pretty alright. I haven't had it very often, but like, I can't really complain about the chicken. I just wouldn't go out of my way to get some, you know? Which is pretty damning of me to say about Buffalo Wild Wings now that I compared the two next to each other. Now, to be fair, if you live far away from Buffalo Wild Wings, yeah, I wouldn't say go out of your way to get one. If you're close by, sure, but if you're not, same for Church's Chicken. Like, if there's a Popeyes nearby instead, consider that, I guess. Church's is okay. They have good portions. They know what they are. They don't try to push. I think I've had one of their chicken sandwiches once, and I think it's all right. I think Church's Chicken in general is okay, but I am not going out of my way to get more. What's next? Cece's Pizza! I have never eaten at a Cece's Pizza before. So technically speaking, I should put you under I don't know. However, I trust my brother's opinion. And to honor my brother, I'm going to put his opinion down of Cece's Pizza. Yeah, Cece's Pizza, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say anything good about it. Have you guys ever been to a Cece's Pizza? I would love to hear your opinion about Cece's Pizza, because everything I've ever heard about Cece's Pizza has been, this is not good. You're going to Cece's because you're hungry as fuck and you're craving once. It's always filled with screaming kids. The pizza's mediocre at best, and to be if you haven't eaten pizza at local joints, always 10 times better. My brother only ever went to Cece's Pizza once, and it was in front of like a Sam's Club. And the reason he went was because they had a coupon. And he described it as kind of gross looking. It looked very unclean. He had the pizza and thought it was okay. He described it as a bit like a Chuck E. Cheese, but less sanitary, which is damning. Apparently, said location got shut down for sanitary reasons. Yep. Cowboy chicken. I have been here exactly once. I actually don't remember what I thought of it. I think it was a favorable opinion, but it was a forgettable experience. However, I think I'll put it at the top of it's alright, but I honestly can't say for sure I trust my opinion on that. Because I've only been once and I don't remember the experience. How would I describe cowboy chicken? I would say they're like the American equivalent to an El Pollo Loco. Does that make sense? Like, if El Pollo Loco is ostensibly Mexican-style cuisine, cowboy chicken is ostensibly American-style cuisine. But it's the same fucking place. Just, like, different, you know? Like, imagine all the sides you would get at an El Pollo Loco. Now, imagine the Southeast American counterparts to those sides. And that's a cowboy chicken. And I think, again, I don't actually 100% remember. But their chicken was good. I think. I don't remember. So, any further experience on that, I won't elaborate. Cracker Barrel. So let's get one thing out of the way about Cracker Barrel. Their upper management? Cringe. I don't know if you recall this, but they recently got into a controversy because they got rid of the fucking Cracker at the Barrel. It's not a fast food place. I don't know why it's here, but I wouldn't even describe it as like an Applebee's. It's weird. It's closer to an IHOP. Oh, wait. IHOP's on this tier list. What do they even serve? Quite a variety of things. But they're mostly known for breakfast and dinner, not lunch. It's old people food. Have you ever been to a place that has like a 55 plus menu? That's Cracker Barrel. I don't know why it's on this list, but since it is, I'm gonna rank it. And you know what? I'm putting them at the top of it's alright. Their pancakes, nothing home to write about. Their sausage, pretty good admittedly. Their eggs, nothing home to write about. I had the most neutral opinion of Cracker Barrel's cuisine that I can think of out of all these places. Steak and eggs, they're okay. They're a place that serves food, and the food won't make you feel sick to your stomach because it's by design. They can't have the old people that primarily dine at these locations die because of their food. So as a result, you're probably going to be okay if you eat at one of these. Cracker Barrel is a novelty location and a haven for old white people. And there is nothing wrong with that. Except if you ask said clientele about what their opinions on civil rights were when they were in college. Anyway, Dairy Queen. Let me ask you, chap. Have you been to a Dairy Queen? When was the last time you've been to a Dairy Queen? Yeah. So here's the thing about Dairy Queen and Orange Julius by association, because they're owned by them. The thing about Dairy Queen is that in a vacuum, their food isn't... I can't say that their food isn't awful. It's not good. Their food is not good. Not great. Not even okay, I think. The bottom line of Dairy Queen is that anything you would get at a Dairy Queen would be better served at almost any other location on this list. It has been so long since I've been to a Dairy Queen, admittedly. I wouldn't even call Dairy Queen a 4 out of 10. I'm like, pushing a 2. It's a place that serves burgers, hot dogs, shakes, and smoothies, if I remember correctly. And I don't remember having a positive opinion of any of them. But the other thing about Dairy Queen is that their actual locations tend to be not good. The actual physical locations of a Dairy Queen are... one of two categories. The first category: a location that isn't the food court in a mall. Second category: unclaimed Waffle House territory. DQs are how you know your chance of being jumped by crackheads just shot up. Now here's the thing, the same is true of rallies. Like, if you've ever been to a rally's location, not the nicest part of the neighborhood. However, I have always gotten the impression that rallies are treated as like safe havens, as ceasefire zones. Okay, yes, but at least at Checkers I won't get shot. That's what I'm saying, though. It's like, not in the best part of town, but like, there's an unspoken truce at a rallies and Checkers. DQ blizzards are great. I guess so, but I think... even a McFlurry is more serviceable than a DQ blizzard. You know, it's like... Again, like, the bottom line of a Dairy Queen is, like, you could go anywhere and get anything that a Dairy Queen would serve, but better. Or at least comparable quality. I feel safer at a Checkers in Chicago's South Side than a DQ in NYC. Well, your mistake is comparing Chicago to New York City when they're both rancid shitholes. That's just wrong. I don't know. Feel free to disagree with me. I don't feel strongly about Dairy Queens, if I'm being honest. It just... I would not go out of my way to go there again. I could go to a Sonic or Bob's or whatever, but Nvke Blizzard. We'll get to Sonic. We'll get to Sonic. But first, Denny's. Where do you think this one's gonna end up, chat? Denny's is convention morning food? I, unfortunately, have to rank it pretty high. Waffle House is better than Denny's, and I'm standing on this. We'll get to Waffle House. But, and perhaps my opinion of Denny's has softened lately with my recent unemployment experience, but, you have never had a breakfast experience until you have had no job, dissociating, going for a walk at 3 a.m., ending up at a Denny's occupied by 3 people, including yourself, and the one worker that's still there. The other person, in a full fucking zipped up hoodie, passed out on the side at one of the booths, and you order a steak and eggs, and that guy is on his phone, and he's like, "Oh, I got you, man." Makes you a steak and eggs that makes you want to fucking cry as you eat it, while he's like watching YouTube videos in the corner. Denny's is a fucking beautiful experience. I don't particularly care for the actual food. The food is actually pretty okay as far as things go. Like, I won't complain about their eggs. I won't complain about their steak. Their pancakes are fucking weird. Especially their whole wheat pancakes. Have you ever had one of those? Oh, weird. Weird. Kind of good, but weird. But the experience of going to a Denny's location is a literal gamble. And out of all the Denny's locations I've been to, the one in Texas was quite nice. The one in California, there were homeless people right outside. Actually, there were quite a few Denny's in California that I've been to. They're all not in super great parts of town. But they give you a warm feeling inside. Especially if you go with friends. Their chicken tenders, pretty fucking dry and sad, but it's a what do you expect when you go to a Denny's kind of deal. And to be honest, the atmosphere of a Denny's is very homey, in a way. It's very, I'm stressed out and want to just fucking, like, space out from the burdens of life. That's what a Denny's is. You go to a Denny's and you just don't fucking think about the fact that you're doing anything. You're in a Denny's. That's all you're concerned about. We used to go to Denny's, well, sometimes, for breakfast before we would go to a band competition in high school. And I just generally associate the experience of going to a Denny's with the feeling of being accepted. You go to a Denny's and they don't care who you are. You're there, you want a Grand Slam, you get a Grand Slam. No judgments. Actual food, though, nothing I'm to write about, but again, it's like a homey IHOP. Although some people would have the exact same opinion about IHOP, so we'll get to that. Next. Dickie's Barbecue Pit. This has also undergone character growth. Unfortunately, it's gone on a villain arc. I used to love going to Dickie's Barbecue Pit, right? But now, I'd rather eat something else. Dickie's Barbecue Pit. When they first opened up near my hometown, I was like, oh, what's this? They serve sausages? That's pretty good. Oh, they have barbecue sauce? They have spicy barbecue sauce? Oh, that spicy barbecue sauce is actually kind of good! I like it! But lately, their quality control has been not good. I feel like there's a tangible difference from the first time I ever went to one and, like, my most recent experience. It's... the atmosphere has completely changed. And I think it's because people who work there have been treated worse. When I saw that location first open, when I went to there, it looked like the employees were having a good time. Like, yeah, work is work, but it seemed like they were being treated fairly. And I went into a Dickie's recently. It was like they didn't care anymore. They had like the vacant look in their eyes. And maybe all jobs eventually do this to someone, but I feel like this is like the look of someone who has complained before, but has had it fall on deaf ears. Something tells me something has happened at Dickie's corporate. I don't know what, but I have a strong suspicion that something has. And that has unfortunately had a trickle-down effect. So anytime you go to a Dickie's, it's kind of like sad. Like the shit isn't made fresh. It's just sitting there. And maybe that was always true, but it's like the party has ended and now you're just dealing with the aftermath. As far as barbecue places go, I can't really think of anything that's like equivalent to a Dickie's. So if I want what a Dickie's has, I would have to go to one of those or find a Texas Roadhouse, I guess. But yeah, it's fucked up. Like they have a niche. It's just it's not a good location to go to. My go-to for Dickie's would be to get a 2-meat plate where I would get the jalapeno sausage and the Polish kielbasa. And then I would get the sides of loaded mashed potatoes and their spicy beans. Their beans are not good anymore. They used to be good, but they're not. And for some reason, their mashed potatoes, when I eat them, they're not prepared like they used to be. Maybe the world's just gone to shit. But I'm very upset at Dickie's. I think that's all I have to say. Their wings, not good. Their shredded pork, pulled pork, okay, but I would not get them at their menu price. Brisket, kinda sad. It's okay, kinda sad though. The cup designs are nice. But, Anyway, I think that's all I have to say about Dickie's. Next, Domino's Pizza. To be honest, used to be hits the spot, but now it's I'm grateful someone else brought me here. They have gotten noticeably worse. I still don't personally mind eating at Domino's. Or eating from Domino's, rather. But something about Domino's, they have resisted being expensive for a long time, but it feels like they're caving and their ingredients have gotten consistently worse and worse. Like, I'll still eat, but not as often and not as much. It's now getting to a point where, like, I will look at local places and they'll be cheaper, have better food, and, like, I don't know, just, ugh. Like, what are you doing, Domino's? Your whole thing was that you were the fucking cheap-ass pizza that was still pretty good. The one that was just cheap-ass pizza, that's Little Caesars. Pizza is still okay, especially if I buy a Pepsi at the discount liquor store. True! That's a universal truth, no matter what country you live in with Domino's. Their ingredients, their toppings, still okay. I think it's mostly the dough and cheese and sauce that has gotten worse. Their toppings are still fine. But the base is the problem, I think. Like, their whole thing is that they're not Little Caesars. The closer they get to Little Caesars, the more I go, why do I not just go to a Little Caesars for what I'm eating? Right? So they better watch their fucking backs, or else I'm gonna go Little Caesars instead. Next, Firehouse Subs. I really want to be nicer to this place. I really want to be nice to Firehouse Subs. If I want a quality pizza now, I go to Papa John's. Oh, shit, thanks. Anyway. Firehouse Subs. I'd rather eat something else. Have you guys ever been to a Firehouse Subs? I think they seem to be, like, somewhat limited. There's not too many locations of these. So, Firehouse Subs on paper, pretty nice. Nice quality sandwiches. Good portions. But in practice, every time I've ordered Firehouse Subs, they've fucked up my order in some capacity. There's always something missing, or something that they put in there that I didn't want. The sandwich is gonna be fine, I guess, regardless. But what the fuck, man? Why do you keep fucking up my orders? Oh, Domino's sandwiches. My brother used to like the sandwiches a lot more than the actual pizzas. Their pasta was pretty okay. Their wings used to be better, but I don't like it as much anymore. And they've gotten stingier with their sauces. Anyway, back to Firehouse Subs. I avoid certain meats from Firehouse Subs because sometimes it just tastes kind of weird. An Italian sub from Firehouse is pretty okay, I think. It's... The thing about Firehouse subs is that at best they're and it's alright, and at worst, almost desperate for me. Generally, I would rather eat somewhere else. Especially because the first time I ever tried a Firehouse subs, it was when I was living in Nevada. Because I was looking for more sandwich places. And then I eventually found the fucking crown jewel of sandwich places. And that's Port of Subs. Yeah, I'm saying it right now. If Port of Subs was on this list, I'd be goated immediately. Port of Subs doesn't exist in many places outside of Nevada, I think. Let me check. They exist in California now, but they're in North California, which is like, holy fucking shit. Yeah, they exist rather sparsely outside of the Nevada area. From what I can see, they're largely located in the Tahoe area. Is that right? No, it's not. They exist, like, mostly between Sacramento and Reno, but they have locations in Las Vegas. They have a couple of locations in, like, Arizona. They have, like, one location in Texas, a couple of locations in, like, fucking Colorado? And, like, one or two randomly elsewhere. They're a very limited brand, but my god, those are the best fucking sandwiches I've ever had anywhere. And I realize now that I'm almost spending more time talking about Port of Subs than I am talking about Firehouse Subs, and that tells me everything I need to know about Firehouse Subs, because nothing will ever compare. If Capriati's was on this list, I'd also put it somewhere like in like hits the spot or something. Anyway, next! Five Guys, burgers and fries! I want to like this place, but this is fucking overpriced as shit. I'm gonna put you in... it's alright. It would be much better if I went to a Five Guys and it was like... decently priced. If it had the pricing of, like, I don't know, a Burger King? Fuck. The buns are ass. I agree, actually. What I will say about Five Guys in terms of positives is that the meats themselves are pretty good. The toppings, pretty alright. Jalapenos, good. Cheese, good. What's not good? The buns. The buns are cheeks. They tend to get soggy really fast as you're eating it, and they make the fucking burger crumble. Like, I don't know what it is. The only buns I can think of that turn to mush faster are low-key In and Out. But how do I put it? Five Guys buns are like the kind of buns you would get from like buying a burger at like a street vendor. Someone who's making like hot dogs and burgers on a grill out in the street and is making you burgers there. Like, that's what their buns are closest to. But they're also not that great. But the main thing Five Guys has going against it is the fucking prices. They have always been expensive for no fucking reason. They're not passing on those fucking prices over to their employees. That's for damn sure. Their fries are like Rally's fries, but worse. And significantly more expensive. I don't know why. I don't know how they stay in business. I have always heard that Five Guys is some kind of fucking front for a mafia or something. I don't know what's up with them. Like, to me, Five Guys as a business defies the concept of supply and demand, because the demand can't be that high. I won't lie for saying, if I only got time for one meal for the day, I'll go there. I'd rather go to Carl's Jr., man, honestly. I will say, though, I really like the Five Guys hot dogs. Not like that, you weirdos. I only acknowledge Five Guys as a joke when I go for a kill turn in card games. The Five Guys Burgers and Fries special, we're going to beat you to death. You can take on Five Guys, shut up. Five Guys shakes. Pretty alright, actually. But again, it's also fucking overpriced that it has to be weighted. Like, if Five Guys had comparable prices to everything else here, it would immediately go up. But it is so overpriced that it has to go down. You know? It's just... how do they do it? Anyway, Freddy's Steak Burgers. I've only been once, but I'm going to put them at... I'd rather have something else. Like, low-key, those burgers... Actually, no. I'm going to rank you further down if I'm desperate. I don't like... Okay. Admittedly, I've only been once, and it was a pretty bad experience once. But describing my experience is like, I had their, you know, just the basic bitch burger combo. Right? Their burger and their fries and their drink. I don't like their fries. They're very reminiscent of Buffalo Wild Wings. Not good. Burger, I don't care for the burger. I think it's a little overcooked. Generally. I know that steak burgers are cooked like that, but it just... you know, it's like... I don't know what it was, but like, it just felt low quality. I did have their chicken sandwich as well. That was... okay. The chicken sandwich was alright. I'll put them in I'd rather eat something else. They're not fucking Dairy Queen, alright? But I'd rather not go to a Freddy's again. You'd have to, like, gaslight me and convince me into going again to get a second opinion, you know? Who knows? Maybe it'll end up as a second Carl's Jr. for me. But I had a really bad first experience with Freddy's. Anyway, Freebirds, I don't know. I've never been. Tell me, Chad, have you ever been to a Fuzzy's taco shop? The first time I've ever been to a Fuzzy's taco shop was in Texas, which I think they only have locations in Texas. They might be otherwise. Or they might be at other places. Let me check. What do you mean they have locations in California? Barstow. Yeah, this is a place that only has like one location in every state except for Texas, where they have like 1 billion. Yeah, this is one of the places that made me go, this person who made this tier list, absolutely from Texas. I'm currently pulling up an image because I couldn't fucking believe my eyes when I first went to a Fuzzy's. So a Fuzzy's is very, how do I describe it? You've all heard of Tex-Mex, right? So a Fuzzy's is like a sports cantina place that specializes in Mexican food, as the name implies. But it's very... The image will speak for itself. Hold on. I'm going to post a picture. I'm going to put up a picture of their hot sauce. And I want you guys to point out something that may or may not be a red flag. What? Alright. Here's the image. Can you see this? Look at Fuzzy's butt burn and hot sauce. Can you guys read the ingredients? Or is that not clear enough? Do I need to zoom in? This is a hot sauce intended to be used on a taco. You want to zoom it? Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to crop you. There we go. Can you see that? What's their first ingredient, chat? What's the first ingredient of their taco hot sauce? Fucking ketchup tomato concentrate! hottest hot sauce. That is so fucking sad. When I went to the Fuzzy's taco shop, I was like, okay, the taco's probably gonna be fine. It's not gonna be anything home to write about, but maybe if I try it with their hot sauce, maybe their hot sauce we're trying. Then I looked at the fucking label of their fucking hot sauce. And the first ingredient in their spiciest hot sauce is fucking ketchup. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? In a fucking taco sauce? Even fucking Taco Bell doesn't do that, right? Like... Anyway. The actual tacos themselves... their burritos... it just generally, their ingredients are very... bland. I'll describe it as very bland. Like, yeah, I'll eat there. If someone invited me and were like, hey, you feel like eating Fuzzies? Sure, why the fuck not? But I'd rather go somewhere else. Anyway, next. Golden Chick. Never been. Hat Creek. Have y'all ever heard of Hat Creek? Because I have, and you know what? They're what Five Guys tries to be, but more affordable. They do burgers, they do hot dogs, they do fries, and you know what? There's more of a variety in their burgers, and their buns aren't terrible. The burgers don't crumble as you're holding them. Their fries? Quite comparable to Five Guys, but good. Now, Hat Creek is more intended as like a general family restaurant, and if you've ever been inside of a Hat Creek, it is very nice. It is a lovely little place to go. Now, admittedly, they're more of a regional location. They're not like a national place. But it's a lovely little place with a cute little play area for your kids. If you ever have one. Who am I kidding? You're my audience. No, I'm just messing. But it is a really nice place to go. I probably wouldn't want to dine in by myself. I feel very uncomfortable going to a family restaurant in general by myself. But generally, they're a really good quality place that has a lot of options and ingredients. Like, their hot dogs, really good. Buns, nice and toasty. You can put, like, shredded chili and cheese on them. And I think they even serve cups of, like, straight-up chili as a side. I usually tend to think about going, like, for burgers myself, but pretty meaty burgers. Very good. They tend to be closer to, like, well done, but their chicken nuggets, lovely. It's not one of those things where it's, like, a sad little piece of chicken and then, like, a whole bunch of airy breading around it. No, it's very closely coated. And they have a lot of dipping sauces as well, and I don't really have anything bad to say about those sauces. I would describe them as quite goated. They're still a little pricey for me. Although Jollibee's there, so who knows. But they're very, 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 very good. I don't think I have bad things to say about Hat Creek. If you ever happen to be in Texas and happen to see one, I would strongly suggest going to one, or at least ordering something to go. I think they're mostly in Texas, if not exclusively. Yeah, they're exclusively Texan, which is why, hey, this person who made this deal is probably from Texas. But yeah, to be more specific, their locations are generally in the triangle of San Antonio, Houston, and Dallas-Fort Worth, which is mostly eastern Texas. So no, if you ever find yourself going to either of the Six Flags locations, or for whatever reason you find yourself in Houston, might be worth checking out. That being said, I get the feeling that if they expand, they're probably gonna diminish in quality just a smidge. Next up, Hawaiian Bros Island Grill. Have you ever been to Hawaiian Bros? Because I've been a few times, and I'm putting them in hits the spot. For reasons similar to Denny's, they're open 24/7 as far as I'm aware. I don't know where their locations are exactly, but I think they're mostly in Arizona and Texas. But I think they're all over the place, just not very much in California or west of Arizona, I think. But when you think of Hawaiian food, you know, you tend to think of like rice, spam, pineapple, stuff like that, right? They have a very good selection of pork, chicken, and beef. They're very saucy and have a lot of salt, for sure. Their veggies are very high quality, I think. It's basically like, imagine like the freezer medley of vegetables, right? But it's good. It hits the spot. They're open pretty much all day. Generous portions, and they tend to be on the cheaper side. Their spice isn't very spicy, but it is very flavorful. And so I do appreciate that. For me, it's like, when I'm craving something with rice, but it's not explicitly Asian food, I'll probably get Hawaiian food from there. Hawaiian Bros is pretty alright. They're not quite goated for me. I get the feeling that if I had lived in Texas longer, or at least anywhere near Hawaiian Bros, I would have come to appreciate them like that. But just for my limited experience alone, they're a place that hits the spot. Almost always consistent. Next, IHOP. I know for a fact I can't rank them higher than Denny's. Though thankfully I've ranked Denny's admittedly very high. It's not bad. I have been to IHOP one too many times. No, way too many times, not one. IHOP is like, what do you expect? It's a place that serves breakfast. Their breakfast sampler, quite good. I don't like their omelets. Their sausages have very large portions. They're very thick and long. Bacon, kind of sad and pathetic. But I'll still eat them. Their eggs, very fluffy. Sorry, I needed to open another drink. I was thinking about all the times I've been to an IHOP. There was an IHOP right next to my school. We used to go to IHOP almost every fucking week. My god. Their pancakes, in hindsight, are very I don't care. Their toast is nice. Hash browns, holy shit, those are huge portions. Drinks are nice. The waiters are usually nice. They tend to be placed very strategically, I've noticed. Obviously, every business wants to be placed strategically, right? But IHOPs generally tend to be placed in locations that are kind of, I know why this location is here. That makes sense. As I get older, I appreciate IHOP more in hindsight, but I realize that I would rather go to other diners or other breakfast locations. If you order anything from IHOP that isn't breakfast, why? Why is what I would have to ask you. Their lunch items are not good. I've had worse, I guess, but I would rather really not have lunch at IHOP. Breakfast, totally fine. Dinner? My boy gets wings at the... They have wings at IHOP? Those have gotta be dog shit. There's no way. What the fuck are you doing getting wings at IHOP? I understand, like, the chicken tenders. The chicken tenders are fine, right? But, like... I mean, I grabbed an IHOP burger because I went there for breakfast and decided to grab lunch for work while I'm there. So that's a reason with an asterisk. Your answer is a qualifier, not a, oh yeah, I wanted to go to lunch for IHOP. I wanted to go to IHOP for lunch. Excuse me. No, it's a, I went there for breakfast and it would be convenient if I got a burger there. I just don't... It's very much, I would not go out of my way to get IHOP for lunch. Right? Remember IHOP, guys? International House of Burgers? And people took that shit seriously? As if that wasn't just a marketing stunt that went horribly fucking wrong for IHOP because they vastly overestimated the consumer. What else can I say about IHOP to stall on providing my opinion on In-N-Out? What if I wanted chicken fried steak and unlimited pancakes? Like I said, you are not going there for lunch. You are going there for breakfast, aren't you? It just so happens that you're going there at a lunchtime, but you're having a breakfast meal, which is what I'm referring to. Hey guys, you know what market segment isn't flooded? Burgers! We're gonna go into the burger market! Fucking brilliant marketing by IHOP.
what it's worth, what could IHOP have possibly tried cutting into besides burgers? Fucking lasagna? You want to compete with Olive Garden now? The thing about IHOP is that it is a strictly American dining experience. So, like, they would have to pick American cuisine, and American cuisine is admittedly very limited. I'm convinced anybody could beat Olive Garden. Is that even on this list? It's not. Olive Garden would go under I'd rather eat something else, I think. But anyway, IHOP, it's there for when you want to go. When you want breakfast, you go there. Now, admittedly, everything I said about the IHOP breakfast experience, same for Denny's. What are you ordering from Denny's that isn't fucking breakfast? Their burgers aren't that much better. If anything, they might be a little worse. I don't know. But on the subject of burgers, we're finally here, chat. We're here. So, I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm a California native. I have grown up with an In-N-Out in my hometown that has single-handedly turned a single intersection into one of the most dangerous intersections in the entire state. I have lived around the culture that forms around In-N-Out. The cult-like presence and following it attracts. The mere presence of an In-N-Out causes a psychological shift in the people living in the area. And that includes myself. Because, kill my grandma, okay? I'm putting In-N-Out in goated. Listen! I will shit talk In-N-Out all fucking day. And you know what? All the slander you've heard about In-N-Out, it's true. It's all true. In-N-Out, worst quality is all true. Their bread gets fucking soggy and fucking crumbles when you order anything that isn't a fucking single cheeseburger. And I know for a fact that at bare minimum, you're getting a fucking double-double. And at worst, if you're a fat ass, you're getting a 4x4. And if you're a true Big Mac, you're getting a fucking 16x16! However, for its price, for what you ask for, In-N-Out knows only 3 things. It knows a single cheeseburger. It knows the single sad fucking fries that it serves. And it knows its fucking drinks, which include a pretty decent shake, and their own homemade lemonade, which is also pretty decent. It knows what it is, and you know why you're there. When you go to an In-N-Out, you don't have the ambiguity of, maybe today I'll try this menu item. And you know what? Fuck it! When you go to an In-N-Out, you're like, yeah, I know exactly why I'm here. They know exactly why I'm here. They're going to give me what I want. I'm going to have what I want. And at the end of the day, I'm going to appreciate what I have. The chopped chilies are pretty nice. They're cascabella peppers, I think, right? Going off to find some food, finally enjoy yourselves. In-N-Out can exist anywhere on this fucking list. Depending on the day, depending on the time, and depending on what location you're going to, it can exist fucking anywhere. But for me, it is goated because it occupies all these spaces at the same time. Those drive-thrus, absolutely wretched, cursed, fucking terrible things that will have entire city councils arguing over whether they should allocate additional space, additional real estate, just so they can have a multiple floor parking lot for a fucking In-N-Out. And it's deserved. Have you considered that you and every person in the West Coast suffer from Stockholm Syndrome? This is true for the In-N-Out locations in Las Vegas and Texas as well. Drive-thrus are also horrible for air quality and the environment. In-N-Out drive-thrus just generally are fucking terrible. They'll have lines pouring out into the actual street. It's horrible, and I think there's only one place that's on this list that has worse drive-thrus. And I think you guys know which one I'm talking about. The thing is, In-N-Out, maybe not strictly the best burger. It is a wonderful burger for the price though. They're made fresh. Fries, not the greatest. The sauce is good though. You put that sauce, those fries are made for that sauce. Yeah, those fries plain, I'm judging you. But if you have them animal style, I'm not judging you. I understand. The fries themselves are very plain. So it makes sense that you would get them animal style. In-N-Out provides a service to its community, and they treat their customers and their employees fairly well, honestly. If there's an issue that you're having with them, they'll do their best to accommodate. They have good customer service, all things considered. And you know what? They're one of the few places that says fuck you to DoorDash and Uber Eats. And out of principle, you know what? I have to respect it. Because DoorDash and Uber Eats, all those things, fucking evil. Right? They do terrible things. And for a business like In-N-Out to say, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're not dealing with you. I gotta hand it to them. Now, whether that affects my certain opinion on another place that may or may not be on this list, we'll see. Anyway, next up, Jack in the Box. My fallen idol. Once upon a time, you would have been goated. Once upon a time, I loved you. But now, you're down here in the fucking dredges with Burger King. Jack in the Box as it is now is very... What are we doing here, man? Their deals used to be much better. Their Munchie Meals used to be fantastic. But I have noticed they've been skimming out on us recently. I will say, though, they are one of the last bastions of a fast food place that serves fucking gigantic drinks. There's only one other place I can think of that serves... Two other places that I can think of that serve drinks as large as Jack in the Box serves. And even then, Jack in the Box doesn't do it at every location. Growing up, I used to think Jack in the Box was better than McDonald's, and that honestly might still hold true. But their Ultimate Cheeseburger and their Jack Spicy Chicken, wonderful, used to be much better. Actually, no. I still hold a fondness for Jack in the Box. I have to put you up here. And you know what? For how fucking weird this is gonna sound, I actually kind of like their chicken bowls. Sometimes. Not all the time. But sometimes when I'm having a weird fucking craving for Japanese food, Chinese food, I don't even know what it's supposed to be based on. It's ostensibly Japanese since they call it a teriyaki bowl, right? But I don't know what the fuck those are, but sometimes they taste good. But oddly enough, their sides are still pretty fucking good. I don't care too much about their tacos, but those egg rolls are kind of slept on. Curly fries, I will never shit talk. The regular fries, but the curly fries, ooh. Their Munchie Meals, they used to be much better. They used to have a fucking amazing breakfast menu. They've taken some of the stuff off. There was one that was really, really good. It was like this chicken bacon thing served on like a croissant. It was so good, but it got taken off the menu. That being said, I still very much like their sausage and egg thing, croissant. The fattest shit I do is save my leftover curly fries and eat them next day with a can of chili. Damn. No, but their chicken nuggets are not good. Their tenders are good. They used to be much better. But their chicken nuggets are not good. It's a sad and sorry state I see Jack in the Box in today, where they're trying to constantly push out novelties. The tenders are weirdly overpriced. Yeah, I agree. They're good, but they're fucking overpriced for no goddamn reason. What do you mean $12 for a fucking 5-piece? What? They used to be way cheaper. That's something that I hold against Jack in the Box. They used to be way cheaper. They do good deals sometimes, but their base menu has inflated in price. And obviously, the economy is getting worse and worse, right? But you are a fast food place. Your soul-saving grace is the convenience and affordability you provide. If one or both of those go, you're fucked. And they're stingy with their sauces. They used to not be, but they are now. Let me think. What else? Buttery Jack's pretty okay. Tacos, like I said, I don't like them. What else is on their menu? Like their plain old chicken sandwiches and junior cheeseburgers, whatever. The stuff you go to Jack for is like their sides and their big entrees. Yeah, I'm fine with them being like right in the middle. I would have placed them much higher had you asked me back in the day, but as they are now, they need to get their shit together. It's toughest for low-end chains in a recession because any price hikes proportionately hurts the brand more. Exactly. Jason's Deli. I think that is a place that's exclusive to Texas. Again, this is a... Oh, never mind. They have plenty of locations, I guess. They're not on the West Coast, though. They have a couple in Las Vegas, I think. But they're very Texan. It's one of those places that has, like, sparse locations throughout the country, but my god, they're an infestation in Texas. That being said, their menu is... quite nice, actually. Very diverse. They're like a healthier Subway. They're an actually healthier Subway. Because I will say, much unlike Subway, you have a lot of control over not just what ingredients are going in, but what kind of ingredients you're getting. It's not like... How do I put it? Like, I'm not seeing any places like Subway that serve fucking salmon sandwiches with avocado instead of mayonnaise. They're very fresh by comparison. Like, they got all the meats that you would expect. They got ham, salami, tuna salad with eggs, turkey breast, chicken salad, roast beef, corned beef, pastrami. Very fancy by comparison. They got a wide variety of breads. They got wheat, white, rye, sourdough, wheat wrap, focaccia, croissants, French sub rolls, pretzel buns, and gluten-free. They got all the cheeses you'd expect, but they also have Munster, which is weird. Breads, mayo, mustard, honey mustard, chipotle aioli, pesto aioli, Thousand Island, barbecue, ranch, jalapeno ranch, horseradish, add-ons, avocado slices, guacamole, red pepper hummus, bacon slices, egg. It's a fucking bougie Subway. But they also serve salads, soups, pastas. It's a huge fucking menu. It's a lot to offer, but my experience with them was just getting like some basic sandwiches. They have a lot of coupons where you can share it with like a family. And the couple of times that I've been with Jason's Deli, I would get like either a breakfast thing or... Was it a breakfast thing? No, but the main sandwich that I would have was like an Italian. And you know what? That's a pretty damn good Italian. It'll never compare to Port of Subs, but I will say Jason's Deli hits the spot. It's a little pricey, I think, but it's of good quality. And I can't disparage it for that. Now, by contrast, Jersey Mike's. Oh my god, Jersey Mike's, Jersey Mike's, Jersey Mike's. That's another place that, much like Dickie's, I used to quite like when it opened, and coincidentally, they were opened up nearby. But, as time has gone on, Jersey Mike's has kind of declined in quality for me. Very expensive, and they treat their employees like shit. I will say this is entirely unsubstantiated and is purely anecdotal, but I've noticed that their decline in quality has been a coincidence with the rise of delivery services. I'll put them at the top of I'd rather eat something else. They used to be hits the spot for me, but they got way, way pricey for the decline in actual quality. I don't know what it is. It's like, is it less portions? Is it that the portions themselves kind of taste not that great? Is it that the quality of the ingredients in general has gone down? Is it that the service is just poor? Is it that I don't care about the drinks? It's something about Jersey Mike's that is just... I'll still enjoy an Italian. I used to order their buffalo chicken sandwich. Now that they serve the blue cheese, even though I don't like blue cheese. That's a different conversation. But like, I used to vastly enjoy going to Jersey Mike's. I used to enjoy actually going to the Jersey Mike's with my brother. But they're stupidly expensive for what you're getting. And I would not want to go there anymore. Not only would I rather eat something else, I'd rather just go somewhere else. Their cheeses are... Something about Jersey Mike's is that they tend to be very out of the way for me. Every Jersey Mike's in my area has always been out of the way, and there would always be something more enticing to go to. But the thing is, when they first opened, at any Jersey Mike's I was in the area, like, even if it was out of the way, I would still think, yeah, actually, I'm craving Jersey Mike's. I'd rather go there than so-and-so and so, right? But now, I don't know what the fuck happened to them. Like, I can't say for sure. I want to blame delivery services for somehow making it worse, but, like, what the fuck happened to this place? I don't read into, like, what's been happening behind the scenes of Jersey Mike's, much like the other businesses. I've only ever heard that, like, oh, Jersey Mike's is closing in this area, Jersey Mike's is closing in that area, and I don't know. Are they just having a bad time cutting into the sandwich niche? When their competitors are private equity buyout. Well, that'd explain it. Publix ran them out of business in Florida. They were competing with fucking Publix. And here I was thinking, oh, they're probably competing with Subway, which is Subway. And they're competing with, like... They're certainly not competing with Jason's Deli. Firehouse Subs? Boston Market? Jersey Mike clears either of those. But... I don't know, what the fuck? They reek of shooting themselves in their own foot. How? Although on the subject of sandwiches, Jimmy John's, aka, hey, have you seen Brock Lesnar's legs? I will fully admit that Brock Lesnar has played no small part in convincing me to try Jimmy John's. Because that man had a Jimmy John's logo sponsorship on his, I think it's his left thigh. For those of you who don't know who Brock Lesnar is, or should I say it like Paul Heyman does it? Brock Lesnar! He is a semi-retired pro wrestler who also went into football and participated in the UFC. The man is a walking brick shit house of steroids. And to me, I will always know him as the guy who broke his fucking neck trying to do a shooting star press. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to have a guy of that size perform a shooting star press, which is where like you do a flip off the rope and like press your opponent. Those kinds of acrobatics are not made for guys like that. But yes, Jimmy John's. It's the spot. I'm not even joking. I like Jimmy John's. They're not super expensive, at least from what I remember. They're pretty conveniently located. They do their own delivery. And the sandwich is pretty fucking tasty. They sometimes branch out into novelties like like wraps. That's pretty good. Their sweet tea is fucking garbage. Well, I've never had the sweet tea, to be honest. I didn't know they have sweet tea. Because I don't go to a sandwich shop and think, oh yeah, this place probably has some good sweet tea. When I go to a sandwich shop, I'm thinking, I'm probably going to grab like a medium-sized soda, and I'm going to get my sandwich. They had some pretty good novelty items. Like they had they had a sandwich that had hot peppers and like some kind of crunchy in it. Pretty good. I liked it. Their mayo tastes pretty nice, although I'm pretty sure it's just Hellmann's. Which is fine. Like, I appreciate that in a Jimmy John's you can see pretty much everything, including their stock. I have more of a trusting relationship with the Jimmy John's than I do with like a Subway. And one thing I will say, Jimmy John's tend to be inoffensively located. Those are the kinds of places that can operate in a small building and are pretty efficient with their size. Some are obviously a bit larger than others, but they can get pretty small. And they still make it work. One of my fonder experiences, and this is probably why I rank it so high, is that when I lived in Las Vegas, there was a very close by Jimmy John's that I could get for pretty cheap. Like, I could be in and out of there within a few minutes. And, you know, it's like, you want a good Subway-sized sandwich, but you don't want to eat Subway because it's Subway. Jimmy John's is there for you. I think I vaguely remember hearing something about their owners being kind of dipshits, but I don't recall what exactly, so I'm not going to speak further onto that. They can never get an order right. I don't think I've ever faced that issue because I've only ever ordered in person. And they can't fuck up an order as you tell them what to put in. As they're making it while you're telling them, hey, can I have this and that? I used to say the same thing about Charlie's cheesesteaks. So that's... They're not even on this list. That's funny. Anyway, yeah. Bottom line, Jimmy John's. Solid. Never done me wrong. And then there was KFC. Oh boy, KFC. How do I put this? KFC, you have been there for me in the darkest of times. You have always been of dog shit quality, but I have always trusted you to be of dog shit quality. And also, it's overpriced. Have they overpriced KFC lately? I think so. Now, here's the thing with KFC. On a national level, what is KFC competing with? Popeyes? Churches? Popeyes isn't even on this list. Oh, yes, it is. It's right there. KFC is like the Burger King of fried chicken. The KFC in my town closed down without notice or anyone knowing. One day it was there, and next day it was gone. All the time's gone, door shut, everything. Well, KFC does operate very cheaply, so if they wanted to close down, they absolutely could. The only thing I ever get from KFC is the popcorn chicken bowls. I like their little sliders. I don't like the chicken buckets from KFC. I like their tenders. I like their popcorn chicken. And I recognize that as I eat these, they're not good for me, even as far as fast food goes. I know for a fact this shit's fucking killing me when I eat them. One thing I will say, they got rid of the potato wedges at some point. I'll never forgive them for doing that, even if they brought them back. Oh, but also the wedges were kind of, like, not super great. Their fries were oddly kind of nice for a time. I don't know if that held true. Their mashed potatoes, don't care for them. There was a brief time where KFC was in that right spot where cheap quality, but also very cheap price, but also quite nice to eat in a way. But I feel like they're growing too big for their britches. Their strength lies in their humility. A good KFC recognizes that a good KFC is not a thing. You get what I'm saying? If a KFC starts thinking that it's too good for its customer base and starts overcharging, that's a bad sign. There's an unspoken agreement between a KFC and a customer where the KFC knows that the customer knows that the KFC is shit. But the customer is going to the KFC regardless because they want to eat shit. Because at least that shit's going to be cheap. But if the shit's not being cheap, then they're having a problem. In a similar vein, Little Caesars. Which, listen, I want you to, I want you to listen closely. It hits the spot. Let's be very clear about one thing. A Little Caesars pizza is not a good pizza. But it is there for you. It is reliable. And sometimes it might even taste like it's good, but it's not good. But it is there for you. Like a faithful lover. There is a billion Little Caesars in America. And I promise you, you are going to get $5 worth of pizza. And you will eat the pizza and you will acknowledge you ate $5 worth of pizza. And who knows? If you get it fresh enough and you eat it fast enough, you might even enjoy the experience. One thing that can never be said of Little Caesars is that it's inconsistent. When you order Little Caesars, you know you are getting a cheap, reliable, and fast service. A Little Caesars does not betray like a Domino's. And it does not redacted like a Pizza Hut. And it most certainly does not redacted like a Papa John's. She's so good when you got a bitch in your ear telling you it's nasty. It can be nasty, but it's a kind of nasty that you embrace like a blanket when you're homeless and don't have anywhere to go, and just see one off in the distance. Maybe Little Caesars like your hooker. The prostitute of pizzas. Yeah, that's a fucking marketing tag right there. Let's see. Next, Long John Silver's. I have only been once. It is all right. You want fish. You don't want a fillet of fish from McDonald's. You're going to Long John Silver's. That's all I have to say. McAllister's Deli, I've heard of it. They're in Texas, but I've never eaten. McDonald's. We all know what McDonald's is. We've all been to a McDonald's. And anyone who's telling you that they've never been to a McDonald's is fucking lying to you. There is a McDonald's everywhere. There is a McDonald's every when. A McDonald's is always open somewhere in walking distance. There will not be a generation of children that does not know a McDonald's. McDonald's serves a variety of food. And every few months or so, they will introduce a new product. Can that product be called food? Maybe. Will it taste good? will the item be affordable? That's an item. That's a question we all have to ask ourselves whenever we think of McDonald's now. McDonald's used to be the standard, and in a way, it still is. Observing a McDonald's is the quickest way to gain an understanding of the state of fast food in general. Perhaps in the United States, perhaps even the world as a whole. Because a McDonald's is synonymous with the American economy. It is the baseline. McDonald's coexists with the median worker's salary. So when McDonald's starts getting overpriced, that's a bad sign. That is a bad sign because that means every other fast food place is going to be much more expensive. If it starts getting cheaper, that's a good sign because every other place is going to start being cheaper and more affordable. It sets the standard whether we like it or not. Anything that is permissible by McDonald's quality will be the bare minimum for every other restaurant. If a McDonald's introduces a surge pricing, like our food is more expensive at this hour of day, that is a bad sign because every other restaurant's gonna be okay with doing that. If a McDonald's introduces a new item to their menu, every other restaurant will introduce the item. McDonald's is fast food. Fast food is McDonald's. That will never change. All fast food that exists without McDonald's knowledge exists without its consent. For that very reason, I place McDonald's right in the fucking dead center. McDonald's can't be placed any higher or lower. No matter what you think of its food, it has to be in the middle. That's its place in all of fast food. It is, by definition, mid. Because it has to be. I grew up in the south suburbs of Chicago near Oak Brook. For those that don't know, Oak Brook, Illinois is where McDonald's corporate HQ is and where Hamburger University is located. Uh-huh. It keeps the balance of the rest of the list intact. So here's what I think of McDonald's actual food in 2026. That big arch burger, I don't fucking care for it. It is an overpriced piece of beef product, drizzled with the saddest shredded lettuce you ever see, and a sturdy but otherwise unremarkable bun. The sauce has a flavor. It is an extremely unremarkable burger that will cost you far too much. And that is what fast food is in 2026. Their fries are still good, but they are very inconsistent. When the fries are good, they will be some of the better fries that you'll taste. Nice salted fried potato. But when they're bad, they will be miserable, soggy pieces of shit. I need people to stop pretending the Quarter Pounder is good. The Quarter Pounder is one of the worst things to ever be introduced to fast food because every other fucking restaurant went, oh yeah, we should do a Quarter Pounder type burger. I think Burger King has suffered the most because of McDonald's. Back in the 1970s, my mother, like most teens, worked for McDonald's during high school. She worked at the McDonald's that was located in the first floor of the corporate office. Several times, in fact, she has met Ray Kroc. It used to be a case that the first floor of McDonald's would be flooded during lunch by the corporate workers of the company. In the early 2000s, the first floor restaurant closed down and their corporate office started eating their own food, and that is suspiciously when the quality of the food tanked hard. You mean to tell me that the second rich people get disconnected from the average burger consumed by people, they begin to not care about the quality of the food? Fascinating. So, other thing about McDonald's. The current promotion is the Huntrix meal of K-pop Demon Hunters fame. Now, what is that, chat? Let me explain to you what the Huntrix meal. It is a glorified Happy Meal, an overpriced Happy Meal, because they realize that they can market their Happy Meals to man-children now, because they, much like Disney, which they are the theme park equivalent of, have cultivated a generation of man-children who are dedicated to the concept of the Happy Meal. I don't know why. McDonald's and Disney, universal constants, and sell overpriced products of low quality. The K-pop Demon Huntrix meal is a Happy Meal consisting of chicken nuggets and ostensibly exclusive seasoned fries. When I tried it, I received chicken nuggets. Substandard chicken nuggets, might I add. And I think TBH, the K-pop meal is more prey on all the kids who like the movie. Newsflash, K-pop Demon Hunters does have a fan base of children, but also has a fan base of man-children. And yes, when I say man-children, I'm including women as well. Woman-children. They're sauces. They have two sauces that they introduced for K-pop Demon Hunters. One is a demon sauce and one is a Huntrix sauce. The demon sauce is as purple as Grimace himself, perhaps a deeper hue. To the average American, I am quite honestly surprised that they aren't revolted by the shade of purple sauce they're eating. I understand eggplants are a thing, but purple is rarely a food observed outside of vegetables. It is very artificial. To be honest, once I saw the Szechuan sauce Rick and Morty thing happen, I knew there was no going back. McDonald's is the pulse of culture as a whole, at large. So when people start going ape shit and start doing cringe shit performatively for McDonald's, that's free advertising for them. They'll put out all the, we strongly condemn all these so-and-so acts being performed. But hey, they're getting attention for doing that. And the corporate guys, they don't give a shit that it's inconveniencing not just their actual customers, but their fucking workers as well. Fuck them. keeps McDonald's in the public consciousness. And that is the main agenda. They aren't serving food. They are selling the brand of McDonald's. Which is why we'll never see them collapse. No matter how terrible the food gets, no matter how overpriced it gets, as long as they can maintain a good image for McDonald's in the public mind, they're never going away. Which is why, if McDonald's does a thing, everyone follows suit. It's bad when McDonald's does a bad thing, because everyone else follows suit and does a bad thing. McDonald's do a good thing? Good, because every other place will do a good thing. Even the places that are significantly worse than McDonald's will engage in better practices if McDonald's deems it necessary to do so. And the places that are better than McDonald's will degrade in quality if McDonald's deems it acceptable to do so. Only thing I'll give McDonald's is their regional acclimatization of menu items. They did try steak burgers recently, I think. And I actually didn't mind those so much, but I did still consider them overpriced. My general opinion of McDonald's is it's alright. And much like fast food could or should be better. But I think it's only going to get worse. For a while, anyway. We gotta figure shit out. Fast food is always going to be unhealthy, obviously. But we could stand to kill ourselves for cheap, you know? I will do a quick-fire McDonald's menu, good or bad, take. Alright, going off the full menu. Egg McMuffin, bad. Sausage burrito, bad. Iced coffee, bad. Big Mac, bad. Chicken nuggets, good. Snack wrap, bad. Quarter pounder, bad. McCrispy, bad. Bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, good. Sausage McMuffin, good. Sausage McMuffin with egg, good. Sausage biscuit, bad. Sausage biscuit with egg, good. Bacon, egg, and cheese McGriddle, good. Sausage McGriddle, good. Sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle, good. Bacon, egg, and cheese bagel, bad. Sausage, egg, and cheese bagel, good. Steak, egg, and cheese bagel, bad. Bagel, plain, bad. Egg and cheese bagel, bad. Big breakfast, bad. Big breakfast with hotcakes, good. Hotcakes, good. Hotcakes and sausage, good. Sausage burrito, bad. Hash brown, good. Fruit and maple oatmeal, bad. Egg McMuffin, wait, no, these are all meals, bad. Double quarter pounder with cheese, bad. Quarter pounder with cheese deluxe, bad. McDouble, good. Daily double, bad. Bacon quarter pounder with cheese, bad. Cheeseburger, good. Double cheeseburger, bad. Hamburger, the classic McDonald's burger, good. McCrispy, bad. Deluxe McCrispy, bad. Spicy McCrispy, good. Spicy Deluxe McCrispy, bad. Filet-O-Fish, good. McChicken, good. McCrispy strips, bad. Fries, good. Apple slices, bad. Happy Meal, bad. McFlurry. Derpy McFlurry, bad. Oreo McFlurry, good. M&M's McFlurry, good. Vanilla Cone, good. Chocolate Shake, good. Vanilla Shake, good. Strawberry Shake, bad. Hot Fudge Sundae, bad. Hot Caramel Sundae, bad. Baked Apple Pie, bad. Chocolate Chip Cookie, bad. Hunter Sauce, bad. Demon Sauce, bad. Creamy Chili McCrispy Strip Dip, bad. Tangy Barbecue Sauce, bad. Spicy Buffalo Sauce, bad. Honey Mustard Sauce, bad. Sweet and Sour, good. Ketchup packet, bad. Mayonnaise packet, good. Mustard packet, bad. Honey, bad. I think that's everything. Bro has had this rant locked and loaded for a while. This shit was in my soul, bro. This was completely unscripted. I don't fuck with apple slices. Not the ones from McDonald's, bro. My brother loved those Filet-O-Fishes, and while they personally weren't my favorite, Filet-O-Fish being a thing, Filet-O-Fish Friday, that's borderline sacred. Alright, back to the actual list. Mo Betta's Hawaiian style food. I've only ever been once, and while I don't like them as much as Hawaiian Bros, it's alright. I really can't, like, say anything else about Mo Betta's, because I've only ever been once. I had the same menu thing, which was, like, chicken with rice, essentially. Locations. Where are you guys? Yeah, they're in Las Vegas. I think they're mostly... No, they're around. They're around the country. But I feel like they're just not as good. Like, they're a place that, like, if there was a local Hawaiian place, I'd rather go there. Hawaiian Bros is kind of weird, because, like, I might actually prefer to go to Hawaiian Bros than a local Hawaiian place, which is a little fucked up. I think you should support local businesses more, but a Mo Betta's, I'd be like, I'll pass. They serve the same things, more or less. It's like what do you expect from a Hawaiian place? It's like, you know, balls of rice, chicken, sauce in one thing or another, beef, same thing. But something about it, just got a different flavor to it that makes you want to go, yeah, I'll pass over a, ooh, this is good. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I don't know. maybe that's not specific enough, but also I just haven't had enough experience with this particular place to really elaborate on that. Next, Mod Pizza. How do I describe a Mod Pizza to someone who has never been to one? Chat, have you ever been to a Subway? Do you know how a Subway works? Imagine that, but for pizza. I would describe the pizza itself as being the equivalent to like a medium size, maybe a little smaller. But it's basically one of those places where you walk in and the pizza gets made in front of you as you ask them to put ingredients on your pizza. And then it gets shoved into a brick oven pizza, I think? Brick oven. Not brick oven pizza. Get shoved into a brick oven pizza. What the fuck am I saying? Anyway, point is, I'm quite fond of this Mod Pizza. I would put it under, I'm grateful someone else brought me here. I don't think I would go out of my way to go there all the time, but when I do go there, I appreciate it. In fact, I'd put it over Domino's Pizza, because it's a little bit more specialized. They let you drizzle your pizza in sauces, and they have a wide variety. I've been to Blaze Pizza, which I think is very nearly the same. As someone who's been to Blaze Pizza, and I would put it like right next to mod, but like below. Blaze Pizza is pretty much the same thing in principle, but I think their ingredients are slightly worse, and their sauces are weird. They have a stranger taste to me. They're like fraternal twins. And I think a mod pizza has a generally nicer atmosphere to it. Let me take a look. What's inside a Blaze Pizza? Yeah, a Blaze Pizza by comparison is much more crowded, and in its presentation is more lacking in comparison. A mod pizza, and at this point, this is just like personal preference. It just has a nicer presentation, and obviously this varies by location, so I'm a little biased, but if a mod pizza feels more welcoming, even if I'm not going to be eating inside the location. Okay, Moe's Southwest Grill. If I have been there, I don't fucking remember, so we're skipping that. Papa John's! Papa John's is the most recent of the pizza joints that I've been to. Or rather, I have been to Papa John's more recently than Domino's or Pizza Hut. I'm gonna put him at the top of I'm grateful someone else brought me here. If someone treats me to Papa John's, I will never not say thank you. My opinion on Papa John's has actually softened over time. I used to think it was like weird tasting because I'd only ever known Domino's for most of my childhood. But I've come to grow fond of Papa John's. Maybe not Papa John himself, that guy's kind of weird, but Papa John's can be on the pricier side, admittedly, but the ingredient quality can be, I know I was making fun of Origin earlier. I know he said something about Papa John's that made me fucking laugh. What the fuck did you say, Origin? A Papa John's can be absolute dog shit. I think Papa John's is very on the opposite scale of Little Caesars, where they're probably the most wildly inconsistent of all pizza locations, of all the pizza fast food joints. A Little Caesars is locked in. It knows what it is. A Papa John's does not fucking know what it's doing. It is driving with no hands on the fucking steering wheel. And it is praying that the car is stable enough to keep moving in a straight enough line to not crash. Papa John's has a tendency to, unlike most other pizza joints, introduce novelty items like super fucking frequently. And when it does, that novelty item is either going to be alright or it's going to be fucking horrible. But again, if you're just ordering a pizza, especially if someone else is ordering it for you, Papa John's is alright. You're gonna be fine. Does it compare to melt pizzas? never been to a melt pizza, if that's a thing here. I think Papa John's sauces are nothing to write home about. In fact, I might be insulted if I see a Papa John's sauce in the box. Jollibee's is boring. Somebody kill this man! Carve this man's skin off and replace it with fried chicken skin. I think it's only in Chile. It looks like it's like Domino's on steroids. I think so too. Especially as time has gone on, I think Papa John's has become more like Domino's, and Domino's has become more like Papa John's. I still think Papa John's might be a bit overpriced, but Domino's is getting more overpriced, meaning I'm more inclined to lean towards Papa John's now. Notice how I haven't mentioned Pizza Hut. Jollibee's is boring, their chicken is unseasoned. If you have been to a Jollibee's that doesn't season their chicken, you should report that to the manager because someone's getting fucking fired over that. But you're not a snitch, are you? Yeah, Papa John's, their ingredients, toppings, good quality. I would suggest not ordering their... God, one of their ingredients is like super fucking tiny and like not worth it. I'd also be very cautious with what kind of crust you're getting. I don't know what it is, but I think Papa John's doesn't train their employees to prepare their pizzas in certain ways. I think their pan pizza sucks. The cheese, nothing home to write about. Nothing to write home about. Excuse me. And oh, their sides. Their queso papas are okay to kind of bad sometimes. Fries, why are you getting fries? Their wings, holy shit, those are bad wings. Yeah, I'm saying it. Papa John's wings, not great. I know I did a birthday stream where I tried wings from a bunch of different places, including Papa John's, and I used to kind of like it, but I don't like it anymore. Especially the boneless ones. There's something about those boneless ones that are just... bleh, bleh, bleh. Let's see. I think that's it. I've had the desserts and those are weird. But yeah, nothing's gonna shift where I am on Papa John's. Garlic bread, don't care for it. Next, Panda Express. Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. It's decent. I don't mind it. I was privileged enough to grow up in an area that had a lot of local Chinese food places that were usually of comparable, if not cheaper quality. I don't mind their rice. I don't mind their chow mein. Incidentally, I kind of don't like their meat options. I only ever get orange chicken or maybe the teriyaki. I don't like that every other option they either charge you more for or kind of more veggie than meat. Their orange chicken is kind of weird though. I wish they would make it a little spicier than tangy, but you know, it's orange chicken. What are you gonna do? Their spring rolls are nice. I'm not inclined to go out of my way to get more, but I appreciate Panda Express for what it is. Honey sesame chicken is good, and so is the dynamite chicken. I've had the dynamite. I don't hate it. I don't think it's particularly remarkable. Sometimes they try novelty chickens. I think they could try like partnership with the hot ones, and that was good. It was good. It's a bit of a hesitant good, but it's good. I think I like the heat, but I didn't care for the texture of the meat. Yeah, I got nothing more to say about Panda Express. It's nice. It has a historical value. It is like the McDonald's Chinese food. And speaking of Chinese food, Pei Wei. I've only been like once to Pei Wei, and it's, you know, it's all right. I think I'd rather get Panda Express. I think Pei Wei is a bit more like significantly expensive for what you're getting. If I'm thinking it's the right place, I might be getting it mixed up with something else. I will say their menu is closer to being an actual Chinese food restaurant than a Panda Express. But it didn't leave a particularly strong impression on me. It was just, it's alright. It's there. It's good. I actually don't even know where Pei Wei exactly is. I'm pretty sure they're national. I think I've had them in Nevada and in Texas. They were founded in Arizona? Fucking hell, man. And of course their headquarters in Texas. Yay, tax haven. Yeah. I don't care to describe any more about Pei Wei. It's just, it's a slightly fancier Panda Express. Yada, never been. Oh shit. Oh shit, chat. You know what's coming up next. It's Pizza Hut, chat. What do you think I think of Pizza Hut? I had Pizza Hut recently too. I can tell you all one thing. It used to hit the spot. But it fucking fell off. It's fallen off fucking hard. I think no one will disagree that Pizza Hut has declined in quality, but I think where they disagree is how much. And here's the thing. I think Pizza Hut is still declining in quality as we speak. And it's only going to get worse. There was a point in time that I liked Pizza Hut's actual pizza. Then I stopped liking the pizza and liked their wings. Because I used to think their wings are really fucking good. And maybe depending on what state you're in, the wings are still good. But as of my most recent experience with Pizza Hut, no. No. I will not accept your fucking substandard quality anymore. Your wings were the last bastion of quality you had, and your only good favor with me. But now you're gonna play me like I'm fucking pussy? You don't even have the full fucking list of sauces you used to have anymore. Like, what do you mean you're going to serve me unsauced wings? You're gonna serve the sauce on the side by default? You're just not even gonna toss them at all? What the fuck are you? Man, I do not give a fuck if the wings were fucking greasy and oily. That sauce made your fucking wings. The wings were pretty good to chew into, but with the sauce, that activated every neuron in my brain. It would make me have a fucking seizure out of pure ecstasy. Everything would turn on all at once and then turn off promptly. But not anymore. I don't know what the fuck is up with this. Or maybe it's just this one fucking cursed Pizza Hut I've been saddled with in the place I live now. But it's awful. It's awful. They need to undo those changes that they've done immediately. But I'm not holding my breath because they changed and doubled down. They're making their fucking rewards worse. They're making the points you get from the rewards worth so much less than what they used to be. You need like 5 times the amount of points from rewards that you used to get the same 8 free wings. That's absurd. But anyway, fuck you, Pizza Hut. Never stab me in the back again. Anyway, back to the list. I don't know what this place is. Popeyes. Hello, Ricky. Rocky? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Popeyes, where are we putting this? I had Popeyes recently. Track E, alright, you got it. I've been to Popeyes recently. I get coupons for free Popeyes on occasion. A Pizza Hut never delivered a pizza to me and they refused to refund me and I kept getting... You couldn't understand what I was saying? Okay. Well, that's just the locational thing. Obviously, not every Pizza Hut is going to be operated by people who don't speak the language you speak as well as you do. Certainly not one in Texas, as far as I'm aware. Popeyes is very... I'm gonna put them above Bojangles. I don't hate Popeyes, but if it weren't for the fact that I get coupons for Popeyes, I probably wouldn't go there. But I will say, the coupons are pretty nice. The fries, pretty nice. Rice and beans, alright. Biscuits, Have you ever had a Popeyes biscuit, chat, without a drink? That shit's the fucking curse of raw. I feel the spirit of Tutankhamun as I eat a Popeyes biscuit, bro. Horrible. That being said, their shrimp is okay. Their chicken is okay. I don't like eating their drumsticks with thighs or anything like that, but I do like their chicken sandwiches. I do like their popcorn chicken. And I do like... Actually, I don't really like their wings all that much, but sometimes I get coupons, and that lets me get 6-piece chicken wings with a chicken sandwich for $5. That's pretty good! Popeyes has a strength in its affordability. Whether its quality is anything to write home about, probably not. But it's there. It's reliable. It's a little bit like Little Caesars in a way. Actually, for that reason, I'm going to put you a little further up. And the Lord said, let he who is without sin cast the first Popeyes biscuit. I've never had any of the ones in Go to Tier. You should! They're very good. Checkers is also known as Rallies in the West Coast. They're just not near me. Understandable. A lot of these aren't near me anymore. A lot of these, you might notice, are actually located in Texas, and I no longer live in Texas. And speaking of, Potbelly. Many of you may not have heard of Potbelly, but it is a sandwich chain, much in the vein of Subway and such, and Jimmy John's. Except, it's pretty fucking good. I'll describe them as hits the spot. They are a little pricey for the sandwiches that they serve, but they do offer coupons pretty often. And they have really good broccoli cheddar soup. I haven't tried any of the other soups, excuse me. But I have tried quite a variety of the sandwiches offered by Potbellies, and they have never failed to deliver. One point of contention with them, though, their delivery service seems very unreliable. Oftentimes, you'll have difficulties placing orders. And I think this is a programming error. I don't know what exactly about it is the problem, but it definitely seems to me that there's an issue on their app specifically, and their website, I guess, but sometimes you just won't be allowed to place orders even when the stores are ostensibly open. Understandably, there are times where the locations will be closed off schedule because Texas, at least, is prone to certain environmental circumstances that may make delivery difficult. But I don't think that's the case here. There's something up with their delivery service, and that's not good. But their food, very delicious. If you ever pass by the area, if you ever pass by any Potbellies in general, I would say definitely hit one up and tell me what you think. Qdoba. IDK, but I would probably put them in if I'm desperate, because apparently they're an offshoot of Jack in the Box? Am I thinking of the right place? Yes. Well, they were owned, but then they were sold in 2018. But I can't honestly say anything about Qdoba because I've never been to one. Because it does not appeal to me ever. I look at a Qdoba and I think, this is a worse Chipotle. And I already don't have a high opinion of Chipotle. Honestly, it might even be the inverse, but I don't care. Oh, Qdoba is even shittier than Chipotle. Ah, wonderful. Alright, next one, chat. Raising Cane's. Alright. Come in close, chat. We're gonna have to have a talk about this one. Raising Cane's? Overhyped. Overrated. Do you understand me? I like Raising Cane's. Raising Cane's is a good restaurant. Chicken's alright. But it is overrated. Everything you've ever heard about In-N-Out, those are all criticisms that should be levied against Raising Cane's. I need to stress that Raising Cane's is not all that. It has 3 fucking menu items. It's got chicken, it's got fries, and it's got drinks. You might be tricked into thinking that it has, like, toppings? Or, like, lettuce and tomatoes? Something like that. Spreads? But those are not menu items. You got chicken fingers, and you got a chicken sandwich, and fries, and drinks. That's it. And you know what? They do those just fine. But it's not nearly as good as what people have you believe. It's not nearly as good as the lines that those fucking stores produce. And you know what? That fucking spread, even though it is the only saving grace of those damn fries, which are usually kind of bland on their own, it's not that good. You understand me? Raising Cane's is a fine restaurant, but my God, it is overrated. Okay. Do we understand each other now? I come back from my nap and I miss McDonald's. Any chance you remember when that was? Chat, was that like half an hour ago? Anyway, final verdict on Raising Cane's. I'm grateful someone else brought me here. I don't mind going there with someone, but I would not go by myself. And it's chicken. It's fried chicken fingers. You can go to so many places to get the same fucking thing. And who knows? What's the matter, Canes boy? Afraid you might try something that you like? Afraid you might taste something? Although you guys are going to have to stab me once I get to my opinion on Zaxby's because of this. Red Robin. I have not been in ages. My opinion might as well be I don't know. But I used to go quite a lot. There was one at a mall nearby where I used to grow up. Or where I grew up. California fanboys can't admit they have shit taste. Yeah, I can. I've got shit taste. I will say, Raising Cane's is hyped up by Californians substantially, despite the fact that Raising Cane's isn't Californian. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, founded. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Anyway, Red Robin. Pleasant dining experience from what I remember. I didn't care for anything besides their cheeseburger, and their fries were like thick wedges from what I remember. There's one nearby, I guess I could go, but if I like it, I'll let you guys know. Because again, I thought those fucking knew how to make chicken. For what it's worth, Popeyes. So, I mean, do they? Does a corporate brand based out of Louisiana count as the same thing as a home-owned business running out on the street in Louisiana? I lived in Louisiana at one point. Admittedly, I lived in New Orleans, so there's a lot, but and only for a little bit, but I feel like if you walk down the street in Louisiana and like visit a mom and pop shop, it's probably gonna do you a lot better than Popeyes or fucking Raising Cane's, for fuck's sake. The reason I place Raising Cane's above Popeyes is I admit that I kind of appreciate the portions more. That being said, it's still fucking overpriced, so who knows? Anyway, Red Robin, nothing to write home about. It's alright, from what I remember. Rose's Cafe, don't know, never been. I don't know what the fuck this is either. Schlotsky's. Schlotsky's. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's a bagel deli place. And you know what? The other thing is, they serve fucking pizzas. I don't know what the fuck is up with Schlotsky's. But whatever it is, I want them to keep going at it. There are no Schlotsky's in the West Coast as far as I'm aware. There might be one in like Oregon or Washington, I don't know. But they're largely a southeast business. Mostly, again, in fucking Texas. You got some in the Midwest, but mostly they're in the South. There's like one location in Las Vegas, and then like a few in Arizona, and then they're all over the fucking place in Texas. And you know what? I like it. I like what they do. They do Subway sandwiches, they do calzones, they do fucking flatbreads, they do pizzas, they do salads, they do soups. They have Cinnabon for some reason. But you know what? You get a lot of portions out of Schlotsky's. They have a wide variety of meats that they serve. and they're all quite tasty. I even didn't mind their pizza all that much. Oh, I'm gonna head out to play some Magic Gathering. May request to skip the line, do slip chickens before I leave. Technically, they'd be like right after Shake Shack, but yeah, well, let's expedite this. Lotskis, I'm putting you in a hit the spot. Right on the Jimmy Johns. Slim Chickens. Now that's something I only recently had before I moved out of Texas. However, Slim Chickens is growing in prominence. I believe they are making a large marketing push. They're a relatively recent business that was founded in like the early 2000s, and I hadn't heard of them until recently. But Slim Chickens, as their name implies, serves chicken tenders, sandwiches, chicken waffles, chicken. Any chicken you can think of, served by Slim Chickens. And they have a lot of sauces. But let me be honest, I don't really care for most of their sauces. A couple of them are pretty nice. Let me see. Their sauces. They got ranch, slim sauce, which is the typical, like, orange chicken sauce. Not orange chicken, but sauce that looks orange-ish. It kind of looks like Thousand Island, but it isn't. They got cayenne ranch, which is a spicy ranch. Honey mustard, honey barbecue, buffalo, which I didn't care for. Spicy barbecue, also kind of didn't care for it. Gravy, not dipping anything in gravy. Garlic parmesan, don't like garlic parm dips, that's weird. Mango habanero, a little too sweet for me. Blue cheese, don't like blue cheese. Sweet red chili, pretty good. Korean barbecue, alright. Hot, pretty good. I want them to add spicier sauces. They are significantly better than Raising Cane's. They're more affordable and a little more honest about what they do. Their fries are thinner, but tastier. They have a nicer texture, they're crispier, they're more seasoned. You don't have to dip them in something to taste something. And the same goes for the chicken. Lightly breaded, a little thinner than the Raising Cane ones, I think. But all in all, pretty good. Very consistent. Their quality is pretty nice. Usually more affordable. Yeah, typically more affordable, and I like that for that. They should stay that way. I'm really hoping they stay that way, because I know they're trying to expand. I've seen the marketing. I've seen the push that they're trying to go for. But all in all, Slim Chickens fucking hits the spot. Excuse me. All this fucking speech is somehow McDonald's has a better rating than Burger King. The fucking CEO can't even eat the food he sells. You have to understand that McDonald's is ranked where it is because it has to be. It's in the center there. It is the standard by which all fast food, mediocre, bad, good, or otherwise, must follow. It is a cornerstone of the existence of the consumer. But I already went over that. Next, Shake Shack. I'm not even gonna lie or try to deny it. Shake Shack is fucking goated. Shake Shack is the kind of food where you're having a fucking bad day, then you go into a Shake Shack, you get yourself a nice burger, a hot dog, a chicken sandwich, or whatever, and you immediately feel better. That's a Shake Shack. I've had their shakes only once, because I really shouldn't be having too many of their shakes. I think my sister used to work at one. Shake Shack is very good. A little pricey, but very good. You are paying for a wonderful experience. You ever had the chicken nuggets with cheese sauce? Delicious, yummy, amazing, wonderful. Their hot dogs, wonderful. Their burgers, alright. Chicken sandwiches, alright. I don't really care for the peppers that they use. It's an acquired taste, but I like it. I'll get it sometimes. If I'm not feeling it, then I'll just order the burger without it. Thing is, they tend to be out of the way from where I've lived. So I don't get it all the time. If I could, I would. If it was more affordable, I absolutely would. But I do think Shake Shack is like a great place. I think I would not get drinks from them. I think their drinks are a little small and overpriced. But I will say, I did not know they served alcohol. What? Since when? Why? I guess it's a thing. But yeah, I guess if you're trying to have some drinks and have some fucking chicken nuggets at the same time, Shake Shack's your go-to. It's pretty fucking good. They do also seem to suffer from we need more novelty sandwiches syndrome, where they just keep putting shit out where it's like, hey, have this recycling of our same sandwich, but we added a different sauce this time. And you're never going to see it again after a month. It's like that. It's fine. It's fine. They're my goat. Shake Shack, you can do no wrong. Sonic! Honestly, this one's a bit of a guilty pleasure. But you know what? I'm going to put them at the bottom of Hits the Spot. They have, as far as I'm aware, the single largest drink cup in existence. And I have to admire the audacity of that. I think, what is it, a 44-ounce cup? I need you guys to understand the difference between a medium-sized cup and what I'm talking about. I'm trying to find a reference. A large McDonald's cup is 30 ounces. And what I'm describing to you that is sold by Sonic is 44 ounces. That's fucking massive. So, Sonic is a fast food place that mostly is burgers and hot dogs, but has quite a bit of variety for what it is. And it's weird because they're like a mixture of a drive-in and a takeout. If you've ever been to a Sonic in Texas, holy shit, those are fucking huge. And there's a lot of them. Those things are as prolific as McDonald's and Whataburger out there. A Sonic dog is fucking huge as well. You ever had a Coney style? Those are huge. And they normally serve those with chili and cheese. And while I'm not the biggest fan of chili, you know, I can dig it. I can absolutely fuck with the Sonic dog. The Sonic Coney. They do tend to have pretty good deals on their chicken sandwiches and their burgers. I prefer the chicken sandwiches. Sometimes I even like the pickles that they serve. Their fries... God, I'm making myself fucking hungry talking about this shit. I'm gonna have to get food after this. I don't even mind their breakfast. Their breakfast items are actually kind of okay. They got what are essentially breakfast sandwiches on toast. They got burritos. I prefer their sausage burrito. They have French toast sticks. They serve smash burgers, which isn't my favorite, which is why I don't usually like to get their burgers. But they do regular sized burgers as well, I think sometimes, but I usually go for their crispy chicken. Crispy chicken's good. I don't really care for the lettuce. The lettuce is superfluous, but whatever. Their chicken tenders, good. The drinks, they have a huge variety of drinks. They even have fucking Red Bull drinks. That's crazy. Yeah, they got cheap stuff too. They still got burgers for like $2. You gotta respect that. They also have mozzarella sticks, which I don't really care for the sauce that comes with it, but you know, it's fine. The fries, I believe those are crinkle cut. Pretty good too. A little on the mushy side, but it's fine. They have cheese tots, which are pretty good. And they do chili cheese wraps with Fritos, which is pretty nice. And of course, they have shakes. At the end of the day, Sonic is probably not the most hygienic place to go to. I don't know why, but Mormons love Sonic. Let me see if I can elucidate as to why that is. Now, where was Sonic founded? Founded as Top Hat Drive-In in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Well, Oklahoma is not explicitly the most Mormon state in the U.S. It's right in that area. So that probably makes sense. I'm very curious. The founder isn't Mormon as far as I'm aware. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it just happens to be Bible Belt thing? I don't know. That doesn't seem right. Lots of Mormons there. My cousin got sent there for a mission. Huh? Well, I guess that makes sense. Sonic just strikes me as a place that's very popular with white people, and there's nothing wrong with that. And speaking of popular with white people, Steak and Shake. Chat, have you ever been to Steak and Shake? There was a Steak and Shake in front of Six Flags over Texas. You could see it if you were on the you were either on the Superman ride or the fucking green ride. Shockwave. I'm thinking of Shockwave. I don't like Steak and Shake. Not to get political or anything, but I think Steak and Shake has always been kind of bad. I'm sorry, I've only been there a couple of times, but both times I have been disappointed. I don't fucking care what you fry your fries in. I don't give a shit. Let's see, what do they got? Steak burger, steak burger, steak burger, steak burger, steak burger. And then they have fries, chili. They have chili mac, chili S-Way, genuine chili cheese fries. And they got onion rings. And they have a hot dog, and they got chicken fingers, I guess. This is one of those places that kind of has like one thing, but that one thing is not very good to me. They have breakfast, apparently. Never tried breakfast from fucking Steak and Shake. I don't really want to. The couple of times that I've gotten Steak and Shake has just been just a steak burger and their fries. And I've never liked it. Maybe it was just the locations, but they were like cold. They had shitty presentation, which I know is a thing for all fucking burger places. But those fries were soggy, sad, miserable. I'm telling you guys this is only my opinion of Steak and Shake before any of that stupid shit about their fucking whatever health issues, right? I have not had Steak and Shake since that announcement. But the fact that I'm not going to has nothing to do with that. I just don't fucking care for Steak and Shake as a concept. Like, the few times I've had it, I've just been disappointed. Their steak is not appealing to me. I think it was chewy. I can't even be bothered to come up with something else negative to say about it. I just didn't like it. That's all I can really describe about Steak and Shake. Next, Subway. My brother in Christ, you made the sandwich. It's very alright to me. Sometimes, I hate to admit it, but I get the craving for Subway. And when I get a craving for Subway, what I really mean to say is, I'm not just craving a sandwich. I'm not craving Subway specifically, but I'm craving that kind of deli sandwich. And it just so happens that Subway tends to be the only place I can get that without making it myself. It was there when my dad wasn't. To circle back around to McDonald's really quick. I grew up on McDonald's, like, significantly. My godmother worked at a McDonald's, and she would take care of me whenever my mom was busy, and we'd have lunch at the McDonald's she worked at. And that's why I got an addiction to chicken nuggets. I was conditioned. And it's also partially why I'm addicted to ketchup. As for Subway, I used to get Subway a lot because it was right there. It was conveniently located in either direction of where I needed to go throughout the day. There was one at work. There was one by my school. There was one on the way home. There's always a fucking Subway somewhere. And I'd rather not order a Subway. Which is why I started ordering from places like Jimmy John's, Slotsky's. I started ordering from Potbelly's. I started ordering from fucking Jersey Mike's. I don't have a particular preference for Subway. I would rather go to other places, actually. But when I do get stuff from there, it's fine. I don't hate it. Jesus Christ. Here we go, chat. Like, what can I tell you about something that hasn't already been said? The ingredients are inherently not of high quality. Subway has a fantastic marketing department that has managed to trick the populace into thinking that it was healthy. For a while, anyway. And, it actively supports pedophiles, so... And yet, I'd still rather eat there than fucking Panera. Panera fucking sucks. I hate it. I hate Panera. They drive me to drink. I have never liked Panera. I've been there a few times, and I always try to give it a chance, but no, I don't fucking like it. No matter what I order, what fucking sandwich I order, if I order fucking, what do they have, soup? Don't like it, ever. Salad? Ew. Flakiest fucking salad I've ever eaten. Soup? Disgusting. Fucking chowder? No. Broccoli cheddar? That shit is too fucking liquidy. It's not thick enough. It's thin. Hell, sometimes it tastes too fucking salty. And to say nothing of that time they sold lemonades that almost killed people. Also, their website fucking sucks. Fuck you and your app. Their sandwiches are overhyped, over-decorated, over-toasted pieces of shit. I would go anywhere else for a fucking sandwich than Panera. Fuck you, Panera. If I had to choose between going through cancer again and going to fucking Panera again, I would go through cancer again. Okay, that's a smidge hyperbolic. But I just really don't like Panera. Puts plutonium 19 in your sandwich. How about both? No! Please, Panera's already inherently carcinogenic. Alright, let's get rid of the places that I've never been to. Tacos for Life, never been. Purchase Tacos, I think I've heard of them, but never went. Tropical Smoothie Cafe, definitely heard of them, never went. Velvet Taco, never heard of them. Alright, and then there were 9? No, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, that's 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 9. Oh, no, that's 10. 10. Order. Next, Taco Bell. I realize we're a little over time. Taco Bell, you go in... You used to be if I'm desperate. I used to fucking hate Taco Bell, but then I finally found an item that I actually kind of liked. And that was the Crunchwrap Supreme. Although I have to order that thing like it's an actual burrito and not include all that fucking gobbledygook that they add to it. A burrito, in this context, is just meat, rice, beans. Don't eat anything else. If I'm adding like fucking tomatoes and shit, I'm putting that on a taco, and I'm eating a taco. But honestly, I'm eating a taco, I'd rather just have, like, meat and salsa. That's it. Maybe some fucking shredded onions or something. I don't know, but too much. I've come to accept that Taco Bell isn't actually Mexican food. I've come to accept that it is a weird amalgamation of American food. But by God, it is significantly better than fucking Fuzzies. Similar vein, Taco Bueno, only ever been once, but you know what, it's... Let me double check, because Taco Bueno, Taco Cabana, those two kind of blur in my head. Taco Bueno. Oh, I don't like that one as much as Taco Cabana. Taco Bueno is... It is okay, right? They're very affordable. They're very akin to like a Del Taco if you've ever been to one. They got crispy tacos, they got soft tacos, they got burritos, they got quesadillas, they got nachos. It's very inoffensive, but it's very, like, Del Taco tier in that, like, I am in fucking Texas. Do you have any idea how many better options I have for fucking tacos and shit? Come on, man. Let me double check with their prices. Last I checked. Okay, those tacos are like respectively priced. Crispy tacos for like $2. That's fine, I think. I think that's okay, considering our current economic state. But I'd rather eat something else. Taco Cabana, by contrast, is a different beast. I'm pretty sure those are also mostly in Texas. But they do wraps, they do loaded fries, they're like a Taco Bell, but different. Just a smidge different, just enough. But they're basically the same thing. But they do enough different things that, like, you'd go, oh yeah, I might want to go to Taco Cabana instead of Taco Bell, especially if I just live in Texas. They got street tacos, they got breakfast tacos, they got fucking burritos, they got boxes. That's what they have. They know you want a fucking dozen tacos. Yeah, we'll give you fucking dozen tacos. Let's go. Their burritos have actual burrito options. Taco Cabana is the place for people who are fucking, like, stoned and really want a lot of fucking food for cheap. They got flautas, which I don't think Taco Bell has. And their nachos have a lot of ingredients in them, for what that's worth. They're like a slightly more dignified Taco Bell. And you know what? I would go there again, but you know what? I still think it's alright. Where the fuck did I put Taco Bell? There it is. I'd rather go to a Taco Bell than a fucking Payway. Which leaves Taco Casa. Have I been to a Taco Casa? I think I have. Yes, I have. And you know what? I like Taco Casa. Taco Casa's pretty alright. I think they're like only in Texas and maybe Oklahoma though. So this is gonna make... This is just gonna sound like noise to people who don't fucking live in those areas. But basically, Taco Casa is what you might expect. Real fresh, real food, real good. You know what? It's refried beans. It's fucking Tex-Mex personified. You know? They have burgers too, but it's not the main part of the menu. But it's what you'd expect from a fucking taco place. They got crunchy tacos, they got nachos, they got soft tacos. And maybe those soft tacos should be more corn than fucking flour, but whatever, man. They got refried beans. When you think of Tex-Mex, it's this kind of fucking menu. And you know what? For what it is, it's perfectly fine. And you know what? It's admittedly a bit affordable. Would I go there often? No, certainly not. But you know what? It's a staple. Like, look at this. A taco for $1.85? That's pretty good. A burrito for $3.60? That's pretty alright. I'm not gonna go out of my way to get them, but you buy them in fucking bulk at a Taco Casa, and you know what? You're getting exactly what you asked for. So you know what? I'm putting them also in it's alright. It's alright. In fact, I might actually go to a Taco Casa over Taco Cabana. But I'm not going often. And next, a moment you've all been waiting for. Waffle House. Immediately goated. Actually, oh shit, hold on. If I may be candid for a moment, the first time I ever tried a Waffle House, for real, was actually the last day I spent in Texas. My brother had just passed away, and I was panicking, I was dissociating, I was thinking of anything else but the fact that my brother just passed away. And for the longest time, my brother and I, after we'd moved there, we'd wanted to actually just go to a Waffle House because there was a Waffle House in the area, but we weren't sure where exactly it was, so we never bothered to get the GPS ready. And I told him, hey, once I get a job again, because I got fired in November, once I get a job again, I want the first thing I want to spend a paycheck on is to go to Waffle House, you and me. And then he passed away in January, and I couldn't bear the thought of continuing to live in Texas. So the week afterwards, even though that was kind of already planned, I ended up moving out. But my brother's girlfriend offered to drive me to the airport, and she took us to the Waffle House. This was the first time either of us had gone there, and we were eating Waffle House, and I just ordered a combo of like eggs and sausage and their waffles. And the eggs are not as large or as fluffy as something like a Denny's or an IHOP, but they look like authentically scrambled eggs, as they are. They're just made right there. And then the sausage, a little on the smaller side. They're like the circular sausage ones. I mean, they're sausage patties, not like sausage links. And had those with a little bit of ketchup, because I'm a fiend like that. And I had a little bit of syrup with my waffles as a treat. And for that brief hour that she and I spent at that Waffle House, I had a moment of peace where I just didn't have to think about anything. The people in the Waffle House were very pleasant, actually, and There was no violence going on, as one might think of a stereotypical Waffle House. But it provided me a brief respite in possibly the worst time in my life. And for that, Waffle House has my actual gratitude. That being said, I need to go when it's lively. I want to get in a fight. Next, Wendy's. I'm putting that at the top of Hits the Spot. You would be goated, except sometimes, just sometimes, you're a little bit too trash. Sometimes. Wendy's also has a tendency to get rid of sauces that I used to like. They used to do a ghost pepper sauce. You know what? I like that, but they got rid of it. They replaced it with something else, and I don't like that sauce. They also have a tendency to fuck with their prices, and I'm not a fan of that. Their Baconators, goated. Chicken sandwiches, goated. Everything else is, Their tenders suck. Their nuggets, their spicy nuggets in particular, very good. I used to eat their Asiago Ranch Club sandwich. I think they brought that back. Sometimes they get rid of it. I don't know why. I don't really care for anything else on their menu. I've tried their breakfast before. It's okay. Their fries, not the worst, not the greatest. They have chili. I've had that before. I didn't care for it. Frosties, okay. I can take or leave those. Their deals used to be a lot better. They're still okay, but they used to be better. I'm trying to find their sauces. Condiments. Condiments? Condiments? They have cinnamon too for some reason. Their French toast sticks are actually kind of nice. Alright, Wendy's dips. What are your dipping sauces? They have their Wendy's signature. Not good. Well, actually, that's fine. Their Scorching Hot, don't like it. That thing's too sweet. I don't know what's up with it. It's very sweet. Sweet chili, fine. I don't care for it. Creamy ranch, kind of awkward, actually. Honey barbecue, don't care for it. Honey mustard, don't care for it. Yeah, they used to have better sauces, but they replaced it with their Scorching Hot, which is god-awful. I don't know what's up with it. Their barbecue sauce is fine. I'm not the biggest fan of barbecue sauce in general, but hey, it is what it is. Wendy's has a few things holding it back from being outright goated for me. I only recently, well, relatively recently, started eating Wendy's. So it was like after I graduated from college. So like it's not as ingrained into my psyche as a lot of the other places on this list. But hey, it's alright. It's more than alright. I like it quite a lot. Could be better, and has not earned the goodwill for me. Next, which Superior Sandwich, which I'm almost certain is a Texan joint as well. Where you founded? Dallas, Texas, 23 years ago, 2003. International locations in Qatar and Saudi Arabia. Okay, I'm gonna have to knock you down there as well. Founded by the same dude who founded fucking Genghis Grill? Holy shit. Man, that guy has a fucking stranglehold on Dallas-Fort Worth. But yeah, their main location I think is one in like downtown Dallas, but the point is, they're very sparse. They're a very regional chain. They sometimes, there's a lot of them on the East Coast, I think, but there's a few throughout the country. I don't particularly care for their menu all that much. It's another fucking sandwich place. And you know what? Sometimes it's alright. Sometimes it does hit the spot. But sometimes it's... they have fries, but the fries are kind of bland. They have shakes. I didn't try them. The breakfast, pretty okay. I think I would be grateful if someone else brought me there. But I wouldn't go out of my way to go on my own. Not again, anyway. How to describe it? It's closer to like a Jimmy John's, but a little nicer. Their signature sandwich is like a turkey, roast beef, and like pepperoni. They offer quite a bit of cheese, and for some reason they serve Cheese Whiz as a cheese. Sure, that's nice. I like it when a sandwich place has a lot of options, even if I don't like the options. They have a standard rotation of spreads and sauces, although I will mention they also have peanut butter and jelly, so you can recreate an Elvis if you want. They have a variety of mayos too, which I'm appreciative of. They also have a wide variety of veggies, and they even have sauerkraut, which is not something I see in every sandwich place like this. As for their meats, I don't remember how much meats they have, but they basically have turkey, ham, pork, beef, chicken, seafood. Seafood? That's just fucking... Bit. That's tuna. What the fuck? What do you mean land sea? They have sushi sandwiches? What the fuck is that? They have crab? Never mind. They have a lot of fucking fish, apparently. What the fuck? For their menu variety alone, I would give them a lot of credit, but I also... I don't like it when a business tries to curry favor with Saudi Arabia. I'm looking at you, SNK. Still, I'm grateful. I'd be grateful if someone else brought me there. I wouldn't mind. Oh, we've circled right back round to... this, have we? Dear chat, have you ever been to a Whataburger? Have you ever heard of a Whataburger? If you have, I imagine you've also heard the comparisons to In-N-Out. For some reason, people have a tendency to compare Whataburgers to In-N-Outs. It's a proxy war, one might describe it as. A proxy war between Texas and California, where they push each other, getting a taste to see if one side can make fun of another better. And I've lived in California and Texas. I've had Whataburger. I've had In-N-Out. And you already see where I put In-N-Out, right? So I think it's quite clear where I draw my line in the sand. But here's the thing. These should be fucking compared! In-N-Out and Whataburger are two completely different fucking burger chains that have completely different purposes! And they're both goated! The real enemy of Whataburger is fucking McDonald's! Double goated? Yes! Surprisingly, two things can be good at the same time! Woo! What a guess! Whataburger was also there for me in a very dark time. Now, let me contrast to you what a Whataburger is compared to an In-N-Out. An In-N-Out has a singular burger, which they change by stacking more patties and cheese. They also have fries, and they have meat on top of the fries. That's all they got. Let's see what Whataburger has. Whataburger has a singular burger. They also have a chicken sandwich. They also have a breakfast menu. They also have salads. Does that sound like what In-N-Out does? No! And let's also compare the size of the burger. The size of an In-N-Out burger is something that would fit in the palm of your hand. A Whataburger would fit in both of your palms, clasped. It is a very comparatively large burger. And typically, their burger is stacked twice. They do double burgers. Their signature burgers tend to be double stacked. It's, if anything, comparable to a Whopper or an Ultimate Cheeseburger from Jack in the Box. And guess what? Whataburger kicks both of the asses of Burger King and Jack in the Box. Whataburger is what McDonald's wishes it was. It's what Jack in the Box wishes it was. It's what Burger King wishes it was. It's perfection. It sets a standard for what all fast food burgers should be. Not for what fast food burgers are, but what they should aspire to. They tend to even be affordable. They're reliably priced, and they have huge fucking drinks. And you know what? They're even accommodating. They have zero sugar varieties for people who can't consume sugar like that. You ever have a zero sugar lemonade? It's very comparable to a regular lemonade. And they serve breakfast from 11 p.m. to 11 a.m. That is a fucking long ass breakfast time. And the breakfast is good too. It's way better than McDonald's. They have a lot of deals. They have a lot of limited time menu items, which admittedly are usually the same fucking burger, but with just a couple of ingredients added. You know, maybe they add a sweet and spicy sauce, maybe add some grilled onions in there, or maybe they add a different kind of sauce, or maybe they use a different bread, like a Texas toast. Maybe they add crunchy onions in there. Maybe they just flip the same fucking ingredients around for the same couple of burgers. And there's nothing wrong with that, because the typical Whataburger is perfectly fine. Their fries, pretty good. Comparable to McDonald's, maybe a little thinner, but still pretty fucking good. They got pies. The pies, from what I hear, are pretty good. They have good brownies. Breakfast? Hell yeah. Chicken biscuit with honey butter? Yeah. Pancake platter? Oh, you better fucking believe that thing tastes good. Bacon? Duh, it's bacon. Good. Hash brown sticks. I wish that the hash browns were thicker, but you know what? They serve them like fries, so the hash brown sticks are fine. Breakfast platter with eggs, hash brown sticks, bacon slices, and a biscuit that is completely fucking dry. That's pretty fucking good. Their breakfast burger is pretty much a breakfast bun with 2 strips of bacon, fucking fried egg, 3 slices of hash browns, cheese, and then a sausage biscuit. That's all you need! It's a breakfast! It's fucking good! I have never disliked a menu item from Whataburger, because they don't try to reach out and be something that they're not. It's the same fucking burger. It's the same chicken sandwich. It's the same egg platter. It's always good. And it's cheap. And it's nice. There's one every 5 fucking minutes from each other. There's always a Whataburger close by. Except when you don't fucking live in Texas. Ah! I had a dream the other night. And then I woke up from that dream and I was like, oh man, you know what I could go for right now? I could go for the spicy chicken sandwich from Whataburger. Let me go walk Oh, wait, I can't walk there because I don't live in Texas anymore. I dream of Whataburger. I miss Whataburger. I love Whataburger. Whataburger is goated, and you don't have to compare it to In-N-Out for it to be goated. Just like you don't have to compare In-N-Out to Whataburger to be goated. They're both goats! They're double goats! But they do their own thing. If I feel like eating an In-N-Out burger, it's not because I'm craving a Whataburger and think, oh yeah, I probably would prefer this burger. No, I want a particular kind of burger. And if I want that particular kind of burger, I will go to that burger place and get that particular kind of burger. Whew. I've been holding that one in for a while too. And now we're down to our last two items. Chat, have you ever been to a Wingstop? I have. I've been to plenty of Wingstops, and I kind of still want to go to a Wingstop. Here's the thing about Wingstop. I worked at a Wingstop. I know exactly how a Wingstop functions, and you know what? It's efficient. And I don't like their fries, especially now that I know how they're made and how they're prepped. But you know what? I like their wings. I like the atomic sauce. I like the Cajun sauce. And sometimes I like whatever new bullshit they come up with. This is not a company loyalty, because I quit that fucking job without even announcing it. I was like, oh, I can't do this shit no more. I'm not coming in. On my last day of work at Wingstop, I received $20 for eating a spoonful of their Louisiana rub. Easiest fucking $20 I've ever gotten. Are you kidding me? I scooped that shit down. I didn't even fucking cough. That being said, Wingstop, as far as wing places go, has a very limited variety of sauces and flavors. They even have to double down on some of them. Like Cajun, that is literally the regular hot sauce and the Louisiana rub that they market as their own separate flavors, but combined. The Atomic is for when I want to feel something. The Cajun is for when I want to taste something. But I generally don't care for their other sauces. Their boneless wings, pretty good. Their bone-in wings, I'm okay. I'll get them, but I don't like the fact that there's a huge price discrepancy between bone-in and bone-out. I understand, but it's a bit too steep for me. That being said, in general, Wingstop has become more expensive over the years. They used to offer their boneless wings for 60 cents each, then 50 cents each at some point. On Mondays and Tuesdays. Now, they have a quote-unquote deal called 30 for 30. That's 30 wings for $30. A wing at $1 each? Especially of that size? Nuh-uh. Hi, Angel. That being said, when I go to a Wingstop, if I'm craving a Wingstop, I'm getting a Wingstop, and it's going to hit the spot. It's at the bottom of the hits the spot. Just because I do enjoy the flavor. That being said, they do fuck up my order sometimes. They do fuck up my drinks especially. Even having had the negative experience of working here, even knowing that their ranch is just fucking like a brand of buttermilk that you could buy at the store and then like Hidden Valley seasoning mix, I still like it. Oh, sorry. The Wingstop Ranch is actually 2 parts. What is it? Nuts and buttermilk? What's the brand? It's the pink label nuts and buttermilk And then it's 1 part mayonnaise. And then it's Hidden Valley seasoning mix. That's what the ranch is. Nothing complicated, of course, but it's like a specialty ranch. You can literally make that in your house. It's not even an imitation. It would just literally be what they make. Their sauces, I wish they had more variety, similar to Buffalo Wild Wings, but Buffalo Wild Wings variety already kind of sucks anyway, so what really could I ask for? I will rank Wingstop over Buffalo Wild Wings, because Wingstop doesn't pretend to be anything else but a fucking wing store, except when it tries to do thigh meat. But you know what? Thigh Stop was okay. I don't care for chicken thighs all that much, nearly as much as wings or breasts, but it's still pretty good. So I'm going to be okay with that. It hits the spot when I want it to. Lastly, Zaxby's. This was recently introduced to me after I had moved to Texas, because Zaxby's does not have a presence on the West Coast as far as I'm aware. Zaxby's is largely a place of the South. Founded in Georgia. Who could have seen that coming? Now here's the thing about a Zaxby's compared to something like a Slim Chickens, or even I believe there's a place called Lane's. Lane's Chicken Fingers. That place is alright too, but I think that's a little bit more limited too. I think that one's like pretty much just in Texas and might have a place in like Oklahoma. And apparently has one in fucking Utah. What's up with that? Point is, among the chicken fingers places, Zaxby's is cheap, but it doesn't taste all that good. However, you're getting a lot of meat for what you're buying. They have a wider variety of flavors, and I'll give them that. They have dry rubs and sauces. They have salads, they have pretty much just chicken fingers. Even their sandwiches are just chicken fingers. It's very close to Raising Cane's in that capacity, but at least they have a flavor variety. In fact, they have flavor at all. So I'll give them that. Let's see what their sauces are. Oh, they also have wings, of course. I don't really care for the wings. They have sauced up fries and stuff. They have shrimp. That was new to me. I didn't know that. They apparently have egg roll soup. Never tried those. The chicken sandwiches, all right. The taste of the chicken itself was kind of weird to me. You'll notice eventually that the taste of a chicken varies by location, obviously, because like there are a lot of factors that go into how a chicken is made and cooked, and even how they're raised on a farm. But Zaxby's, I didn't appreciate it at the time, but now that I don't have one in my area, I kind of miss the idea, because they have large drinks. They have a wide enough variety of menu items where it's like, oh, you want a quesadilla with chicken and bacon for some reason? You want a fajita? Yeah, we do that too. Fuck it. What's next to Carl's? That is a Checkers, also known as Rallies. I have to spoof an address to... For some reason, they won't let you see their fucking menu unless you try ordering something. So I'm typing in a fucking address! There, you gonna get pissy at me now? I typed in a fucking address of a fucking shopping mall. There we go. God damn it. Fine, I'm picking up an order. I'm gonna walk all the way to fucking Texas to order something. Okay, select. Okay, menu. Show me your fucking menu. Yeah, they got options for boneless and traditional wings. They also have chicken fingers if you want that instead. They're seasonings, lemon pepper, garlic parmesan, Nashville hot. Their sauces, wimpy, tongue torch, nuclear, hot honey mustard, sweet and spicy, teriyaki, barbecue, buffalo garlic glaze. They also have dips, Zax sauce, spicy Zax sauce, ranch, honey mustard, and then their other sauces. And you know what? That's fine. They have crinkle cut fries as well. I don't really like their crinkle cut fries. They taste kind of weird, but you know what? I'm okay with it. I wouldn't mind eating there. I would be grateful someone else brought me there, because I don't want to go out of my way to go to a Zaxby's, because they're kind of far away depending on where you live. But you know what? When you have Zaxby's, you're getting a decently priced meal, a very affordable thing, and I know not everyone can afford to spend a lot of money on fast food, especially nowadays. But if you're gonna spend it at a Zaxby's, you won't be entirely disappointed. And you know what? If you spend long enough eating at Zaxby's, you might even grow to like eating it. So there. That's my tier list. Anyone got any questions? Because with that, we have one of the subscription, one of the Scuff-a-thon goals finally out of the way. Where is White Castle? I knew someone was going to fucking bring up White Castle. Fucking White Castle. White Castle is... I would put that under... That's a fucking SVG. What the fuck are you on? So White Castle's got a couple of things going for it. Oh, wrong thing. The cursed fucking hot sauce. White Castle. What have you got? You got sliders. You got interesting sliders. That's pretty much all they are. And you know what? White Castle's strength is in its bulk. White Castle will sell you a shit ton of small burgers. And you will enjoy it. I will put White Castle under hits the spot. Because White Castle, it knows what it's doing. It has 3 menu items. It's got chicken sliders, it's got fucking beef sliders, and that's their main thing. They also have fries, and the fries tend to be good. They also have onion rings, actually. Those are pretty fucking good. Apparently they have fish sliders too. I've never tried those, but they'll probably be okay. My brother was quite fond of White Castle, although that was probably because of Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle. And you know what? That's a fine movie too. You probably shouldn't show it to a child, but it's a fun movie. What the hell is this? Apparently they're doing jalapeno ravioli. Whatever, sure, that sounds fucking interesting. This is a place that people who are really fucking high go to eat. And you know what? That's perfectly fucking fine. If you're high, if you're on that fucking Zaza, go to a White Castle, and you probably won't be cheated out of your money. I forgot that they did chicken rings. That's weird. But you know what? I'd be okay with that. They have hash browns too. That's pretty good. I had those ones actually. Fish nibblers, I don't know what that is, but I would not trust those. But you know what? White Castle's menu, pretty good, reliable. You know what you're going for. You know what you're gonna get. Good. Any other questions? Going once. Going twice. Alright, the tier list is over. We ranked 70 fucking things, I think. Or, no, we ranked like 81 things. I don't remember the exact number, but here it is. The Trvth nuke. If you disagree with me, I will cast a magic spell to turn your head into a fried chicken. And then eat it. Now, we went a little over schedule, but you know, 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 45 minutes, that's not so bad comparatively. But anyway, plans for the week. If you have not already seen my stream schedule on Twitter or Blue Sky, tomorrow's stream, Limbus Company. That will be effectively in an hour and a half from now, tomorrow. We're going to be doing the new Intervallo, which is going to be filled with spoilers, and it's going to be a blind playthrough. And then Thursday, roughly around the same time as we started today, we're going to finish Quake. After that, I will not be streaming for the rest of the weekend. I will try to show up on Naho stream on Sunday, but no guarantee since I will be returning to where I live after a extended trip that you guys helped pay for with the Scuff-a-thon. I'm grateful to you guys, but I can't tell you about how that trip's going to go. Anyway, next week will probably be a karaoke stream. If not, we will start with Heavy Rain. Unless I can't finish Quake, in which case... Anyway, with that out of the way, I will say thank you everyone for watching! If you're new to the stream, please consider giving me a follow here at twitch.tv/wildwesson or subscribing to me at youtube/wildwesson, which is whichever you're watching from. You can also join my Discord by typing !Discord in the Twitch chat and clicking the invite link from there. But until then, I am going to raid someone. Who's live? Who do I know that's live right now? You know what? I'm gonna raid Ray. He's playing Subnautica. You guys play Subnautica, right? Totally, definitely, absolutely, 100%, right? Right? You don't? What do you mean you don't play Subnautica? What kind of loser doesn't play Subnautica? Anyway, I'm going to get up and I'm going to get fast food now because I've talked about fast food for 4.5 hours. So you guys have yourselves a nice day. And be nice to Ray. Okay? Bye!